And it says that we're live, so that's awesome. All right. So what we're going to do today is, I guess, we're going to cover the elections, chat, and answer questions if anybody has questions. So that's the plan for today. I'll be inviting people in. I'll put a link in the description or in the comment section there, and then whoever wants to join in, they can. I sent Max a link already, but he figured 7 o'clock and it's not 7. I just figured I'd start a little bit earlier and with that. But let's see if I can actually share screen. I should be able to. All right. There we go. I don't know how well you guys can see it, but that's share screen here anyway. So let's see if I maybe extend this a little bit more. Yeah, a little bit more this way. I just want to be able to see stuff. So I don't know exactly how the U.S. elections actually work, how long it goes on. So we'll go with that. However long it takes. Maybe if it doesn't get called today, then that's fine. We'll just chat and cover some of the elections that's going on right now. So welcome here, Brother Mike and Michael Singarardi. Singarardi. Welcome here. But yeah, I'm always interested a lot more in the American elections. So that's my point of view on certain things. Well, on that issue, being more interested in the Americans and the Canadians' elections, even though I'm a Canadian, I just really don't have much use for anything American or anything Canadian. Just a bunch of weirdos out here. So even our conservatives that are out here running the conservative provinces, I can't believe how liberal they are. It's just it's just mind-boggling how liberal they actually are. So, well, critical mass, but Mike, I'll tell you this. I watched something, and there's this one guy. The Rasmussen poll or something like that. He's never been wrong. He's always gotten it right as to who was going to win the election. Everybody said that Trump was going to lose the last election, and he said he was actually the only one that said that Trump would actually win. And he says this time around, Trump will actually lose this election. So that's interesting. That is very, very interesting. But I guess Kentucky and I guess Wyoming, they went with Democrat, I guess. And VA went with Republican. But actually, at the end of the day, who knows, right? I'm thinking Trump will win personally, but I'm not 100% sure. Never know what's going to happen in times like these. Anything could happen. So I'm just, whatever. Whatever happens. Life will go on, and pray for whoever wins. That's basically the stance that Bible believers should take, is whether, and even if you think the elections are rigged. Welcome here, Brother Max.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well. How about you?
Oh, fantastic. Greatest apocalypse ever, man.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Well, who knows what could happen? It all depends on how you want to look at it, right? Like, yeah. Are you actually voting? Is it just all selective already? Who knows? I can't really say for certain, but if anything, Trump should win. That's what I personally think.
Oh, you think so, but who knows? And part of me really wants Biden to win. I do.
I don't think you want Biden to win.
Well, I don't know. I mean, how much can really get done when you got an old senile guy up there, right?
Well, that's just the thing. An old senile guy that could possibly die, and then you got Camel Toe Harris in there.
Yeah, but
Camel Harris.
she's not gonna she's not gonna get anything done either. I mean, when you look at how history has actually gone, it seems to me that the Republicans have been considered conservative, right wing, and all this stuff. And when you look at it and through history, they're actually the big spenders.
Yeah,
All the wars have been Republican. All of the big psyops, Nueve Once or whatever, in September there, and that whole bit, that's all under Republicans. And the war
yeah,
on terror and the war on drugs and all of that and the Cold War, all Republicans. And
yeah,
then you got to go to Trump, and whatever he says about Obama and his spending, Trump has already spent more than Obama, and he added 10 trillion to the debt in just 4 years.
yeah.
So I think that that's a little bit of an inversion. And what happens is when the left gets in there is that none of the things that they do make any sense. And like normal people are like, well, yeah, I'm going to champion that. But in reality, I'm not supporting it. And they don't really get as much done. You know, like Obama, the biggest thing he did was Obamacare, and that fell apart.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Sword and Stone, should we vote? I say, myself personally, I would say yes. I think you should vote. But, you know, some people wouldn't agree with that, but I would say yes.
Well, I mean, if it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. So whatever you want to do, right?
Yeah. I mean,
I mean, obviously, definitely vote for your local people.
yeah. Yeah. Like for me personally, I just say, I don't know for certain if it is all rigged or whatever the case is. I don't know. But definitely vote for your local. And yeah, okay, if you want to look at it like voting for the lesser of two evils, I get it. Evil is evil either way, but we
Yeah,
live
but
in
we
a,
all are.
yeah, like, we live in
Everybody is to a certain extent, and all we're doing when we're finding commonalities between people is essentially doing just that. So
yeah,
the lesser of two evils arguments is stupid.
yeah, yeah.
It's a moronic, nonsensical argument unless you're saying that, I mean, obviously there's people that are more moral and more just than other people, but nobody is perfect.
Oh, definitely not. No,
And if they're in politics, you're guaranteed that fact.
yeah. Well, and you know what? I don't think a whole lot of stuff is getting reported on Trump because apparently since February, not one single soldier has actually died in a war or in a battle. So that's actually pretty interesting, and I've never heard that until like very recently. That
Oh, we never get numbers on any of that stuff. So what is that big news in Canada?
well, it was this latest what was it, like a peace agreement with Israel and the surrounding nations, and that's where they announced it that no soldier has died since February. So that was like, why has nobody reported on this? It was like strange to me, but
Well, it's also a lie because the suicide rate of the military is ridiculous.
well, but like in battle, like nobody has actually died in
Yeah, but
battle
they don't
since.
need it. Nobody dies in battle because they all fly in drones and stuff. Well, you'll look at the suicide rate over the last 20 years, and there you go. That's where your soldiers are dying.
Yeah, yeah, I suppose, yeah, if you want to see it that way, I guess, but I don't know. For me, I just thought it was actually quite significant. You know, like really, no wars have been started at all since
Dude, man,
Trump.
they're still been running. We're running with the old war still.
Yeah, yeah, but it's getting a little bit better, I think, anyway. But then again, I don't know. I don't know what all goes on out there. I don't know what the deal is with the Middle East and Israel and the U.S. So it's conflicting views that everybody's giving out there.
Well, that was the thing too. Was I was like, Trump is a way more entertaining. But if you look at the reality of the situation, nobody is talking about the whole mask thing and that COVID is nonsense.
Yeah,
Okay, I gave a lot of points to Trump because before all of this stuff happened, he said it was a hoax.
yeah,
Like a month before they did anything with anything, he said it was a hoax. But then he continues on through the motions and actually passes a CARE Act after it's proven to be a hoax and nobody is dying, which is a $6 trillion bill that says unlimited money for anybody with anything to do with COVID. So naturally, what the states then go do is try and find as much COVID as they possibly can, put mask mandates and do all this stuff that has to do with COVID because they get free federal dollars for it that was improved by Trump. Okay, it's 100% Trump's deal. Trump is the reason for masks and for all of this stuff, is because he is the one who's financing it. And then what he does is he goes and he complains. He came to Minnesota and sold 20,000 seats for his little rally, and they only let 200 people in because of social distancing. And then he gets to blame it on walls, doing the COVID social distancing thing. Okay. Well, the thing is that every hospital in the country and every town and every city and everything is all incentivized to do as much with COVID as possible because the federal government will give them money. So the whole thing is a scam. And then Trump has the nerve to go up there and go make fun of it. And he actually literally says that, okay, well, if you get a COVID diagnosis, they get $20,000, and he's making fun of it. Well, he's the guy who approved it. He is the guy who signed the bill that says $6 trillion for COVID. So this is what you get, right? Yeah. Regardless of what the guy says on stage, he is the reason that there is all this COVID nonsense going on. Because he is the one who okays the finances. Yeah. So whatever comes out of this guy's mouth is a straight up lie. He's just playing, but he's no different than anybody else. He's more entertaining than other guys. But Joe Biden, if he gets in, it's not going to be too long before they're going to start to question whether or not he's even capable of being president. Right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
There's a lot less that gets passed by Democrats than Republicans.
Yeah.
Because their stuff is so nonsensical that it doesn't go very far, like Obamacare. That crossed so many lines that just fell apart. And again, we're going to go back to the Gen Xers who just, oh, you mean I have to fill out an online form for insurance? Nah, that's all right. We're not. That's too much work for me.
Yeah. Well, you just got to look at some of the policies and see what they're saying. Like, well, obviously Biden, they would be claiming higher taxes. Obviously, taxes would go up under him. So if you're worried about taxes, you vote for that, right?
Yeah, I mean, taxes are going to go up. It doesn't matter who you vote for.
It's possible, yeah.
I mean, they never go down. Ever. In the history of ever have they gone down. So what difference does it make? At least, if anything, Joe Biden is being more honest.
Yeah, most likely. Well, you guys still got lower taxes than Canada, so just be thankful for that.
Yeah. I mean, could be. It depends on what state you live in. And I mean, some places the taxes are fairly reasonable, but places like where I live, it's about 45% of your income between federal and state taxes.
Wow. What's going on with your state?
I don't know. I don't watch the news or anything. I haven't for a long time. The last time that I knew anything about it was, again, going back to March or whatever, when our representatives or senators or state house, whatever, they tried to throw walls out and it all went to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said that there's no laws. He didn't pass any laws for mask mandates. And I think the thing that they were really sticklers on was trying to put some kind of a curfew. Yeah. And in Minnesota particular, even if you're in a state of emergency, the governor has no additional power. Yeah. So it doesn't matter what's going on. The governor can't overstep his bounds. But people were complaining about that. And the Supreme Court said, well, there's no laws and the guy hasn't done anything and no one's enforcing anything. So there's no harm, no foul. Yeah. So that cemented in stone the fact that all of these people are just running their mouths. And the media is backing it up to being like, there's going to be fines and there's going to be suspensions and we're going to close your businesses and all this stuff. And it's all nonsense. Yeah. It's written in stone with the Minnesota Supreme Court that there's no crime, no foul because he didn't pass any laws. There's nothing being done. If he did pass laws, they said, yeah, he would be in violation, but nothing, but of course, you're not going to see that on the news. So everybody is running on under color of law, and all it is, I mean, even the police officers, if they did enforce it, would be in violation of their bond, their insurance bond to be officers. Same with anybody who is in an elected position as a chief or whatever, you know. And of course, different towns can do different things with their own private deal, but in general, you know, people are in violation of the oaths they take and their bonds and everything else if they enforce laws that go against the Constitution and stuff like this. And so the whole thing is just a fraud. There is no laws, there is no anything. And here we are, what, 9 months later, and people are still buying into this stuff, or people are still wearing masks, or, you know, I'll keep saying it. You got $6 trillion, the CARES Act, to deal with COVID, and not one single mask has been sent out by the federal government. Not one. Go to Target and go buy your own slave device to make you personally attached to it and make you feel good about your slave device that with a Nike logo on it. And there you go. The whole thing is nonsense. And, you know, I'll continue to say that this is the greatest apocalypse ever, because apocalypse just means uncovering or unveiling. And this is it. You get to look right out in the street and see who has their stuff together and who does not. And it clears things up pretty quickly. I already know I have an instant connection. I walk into a store and there's a guy there without a mask on, right? Instantly. Yeah. And there's your community. You look around the people that aren't wearing masks and falling for any of this nonsense. That's your community now.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. And you see so many more, like, I don't know how it's getting in your state right now, but in my province, it's getting bad with this stuff. Like, I couldn't believe, like, they're actually thinking about putting a curfew on people.
Yeah, they already did that in Minnesota, in Minneapolis anyway.
Well, it's like, okay, you're putting a curfew. How does COVID understand curfew?
Because it has nothing to do with it.
So now if anybody gets caught after the curfew, that person is most likely going to have COVID, because the COVID obviously knew, hey, you passed the curfew, now it's legal for people to go after you.
Right, and COVID only goes after tall people. You go to the restaurant, you got to wear your mask, and then you sit down, you get to take it off. Yeah. So the only people, you know, if you're a midget, you're fine. But if you're over 5'5" or so, you know, you got to wear a mask.
Yeah. Oh, it's just getting way out of hand with this stuff, and it's like, and that's with even like I live in a very conservative province, a relatively conservative province, and they are just as pathetic as the liberal ones, and if not even worse.
Yeah, and you know, the sad fact is that that's just the way it's going to be if you're around any collection of people, because people have been too pampered too long and don't have any idea of personal ownership over anything, because they're all debt slaves and don't want to take any personal responsibility. They're insured 7 ways from Sunday. And, you know, that's how a good number of people are. But, yeah. And you know, the thing is that the people that aren't like that, you know, like myself in my town, most of the people in my town are not wearing masks. It just depends what stores you go to and whatnot. But yeah, the people that if you're one of the people that isn't ever going to wear a mask, you just move out and you go to some place with like-minded people. So where you may have completely zombified people running around that don't know what's going on, a couple of towns over, you might have nothing, where you wouldn't even see a mask recommended sign anywhere, you know. At least that's how it is. And there's entire states in America that they won't have anything to do with any of it.
Yeah. Well, even like with your state, if you look at your state, you got a pretty hardcore liberal running yours, right?
Yeah, supposedly we were a swing state, but I've never seen them vote Republican.
Yeah, and if you look at your state compared to others, how do you measure yours compared to others?
As far as the COVID thing?
Well, as far as the COVID thing, or
immigration
is bad.
Well, yeah, immigration is bad for Minnesota because, again, the federal government gives them money for it.
Yeah,
it all comes down to money, you know, and everybody, you know, it's the money root of all evil. And That is what it is. It's like, oh yeah, you have control over politics, and you can vote and you can do all this, but the politician that's in there will do whatever if he gets $100,000 from the federal government in free money. You know, he doesn't care. He'll go against his morals for that if it makes his constituents happy, or if it's something he can invest in business. You know, insider trading and all that stuff. I mean, they don't people. It's a huge temptation for a lot of people to do the nasty thing for money, and Minnesota's got a lot of that because the people that have been in charge have been very, very liberal and very much. They say everything is for a good cause, but really what it is the more quote unquote good causes they have, the more federal dollars that they get. And it's like, look, the reason that the federal government gives you money to do these things is because nobody wants to do them. There are things that aren't good. If they were good things, you would be doing them already, right? You wouldn't need a financial motivation to do things. Like if you wanted to be Little Africa, right? If you decided the state would do really good to have a really huge African population, and everybody who's over from Somalia, we're just going to take them all, and Minnesota is going to be a haven for Somalis. Well, if they weren't getting paid for everybody that was showing up, they probably wouldn't be doing it. It's one of those things. And is it really good to take somebody from a completely different climate, a completely different background of social structure and all of that, culture and whatnot, and implant them in Minnesota? It's like putting them in Sweden. You know, I mean, it almost exactly literally like putting them in Sweden. So no, it's obviously not a good thing. And most states have caps. It's like, yeah, we're willing to help out people who are refugees and whatnot. But after you get up to 20,000, then we're not going to do it anymore. Minnesota's like, oh no, we need money. We have a lot of social programs. Just open the doors, let everybody in. And, you know, because of that, you don't have everybody is on the dole. Everybody in Minnesota. You've got the dole is so good in Minnesota. We have people from other states that will travel 3 or 4 states in a road trip to go pick up their welfare checks.
Yeah.
So, and that's Minnesota Care, by the way. That's not a Social Security deal at all. That's what you get just from Minnesota. So there's a lot of people that are involved in that and they love it. So naturally you get a COVID thing where you can get more money and you don't even need a person, right? You don't need to back up anything that you do with COVID. All you got to do is write COVID on someone's examination or your test or your quickie test or whatever it is. And next thing you know, you get more money. My local town got 50 or 60 grand and they couldn't figure out what to do with it. They had meetings and meetings and meetings and like, well, nobody is sick. Nobody is dying. The hospital is really, really understaffed because no one wants to work there. And there isn't any sick people. No one's making any money there. And so what do? Well, they go buy themselves cars and they say social distancing. And it's like, yeah, like like everybody at the state was carpooling or the city. It's like, no, you just didn't know what to do with the money. So you bought cars. And, you know, at least on the good side, I have a newspaper that tells me what they do with this stuff, it's just kind of humorous. They bought iPads and cars for themselves for social distancing. And I was like, whatever you can do. But it's the whole point of is like the thought never entered their mind to say, we don't need the money. Or to say, well, we're going to have a COVID awareness thing that says that it's really not that big of a deal. It never even entered their mind. It was, what kind of lollipops can I buy? That's it. That's all it is. And it's human nature, man. It's not, I would be guilty of the same thing. They knock on and say, Brewster's Millions, here you go. Here's 10 grand. You have to spend it before the day is out. You know, and that's the trap that all the states run into. It's like in America, every state kind of has their own little government under their own constitutions too, but mainly it's under the federal constitution. But everybody can have their own little rules, but it seems like wherever you go, all the rules are the same. And it's like, well, yeah, because the federal government can't institute its rules on the states, but the states, the federal government comes in and says, we want you to do this. The state says no. And then the federal government goes, what if I gave you $6 trillion? And And the state's like, next thing you know, here we go.
Yeah.
And that happened in my lifetime with the drinking age and the cigarette age and all that stuff. Drinking age used to be 18 in Minnesota, or 18 in Wisconsin. It was 19. It was 19 in Minnesota, 18 in Wisconsin. And same thing with the speed limits were all different in every state. And the federal government swooped in and says, well, we'll give you $1 trillion for your roads if you make your drinking age 21 and you set the speed limit at 55. Right. So next thing you know, our national speed limit now is like 55 miles an hour. And it's 21 to drink in every state. And it's all just because of that. There's no sense, reason, rhyme, or anything that has any sensical approach to it. It was top down. I'll give you a bunch of money to do what I want. And that's how politics works. And you look at it as your money's not backed on anything anyway. So it's just, debt squares, promissory notes, fictional garbage. Whereas they're changing tangible things when you're talking about the speed limits on the roads, especially in areas where we have like 30 or 40 miles of a straight line where you can fall asleep at the wheel. And as long as the wheel is held straight, you can probably wake up 8 hours later and you're still on the road. But yeah, 55 miles an hour, man. So that's what it is. And that's the trap that every country except the ones that America hates, like Iran, that's the trap that they're all in. Yeah. And what do you do to get out of it? All you do is you retract your participation from that system. Try to own your land and be as self-reliant and self-sufficient as possible. And that's the only way you can do it. And, figure out how, if you don't make any money, you don't pay any taxes. Now, obviously that's pretty hard to do, but how might a person go about that to where it doesn't look like they make any money? Look at a good example is what do the rich people do? Do you think Bill Clinton pays taxes?
No.
Exactly. They do, but there's legal ways of doing this. You're not scamming anybody or anything. It's just you have to do your research as to things like how to navigate the system, and that's a big part of it because it's obvious that this whole thing is a scam between elections especially on the national. Who cares who the CEO of the corporation is, really? Minor things might change, but like with Trump, when he first got elected, he wanted to build his fence. And I'm like, yeah, that's to keep people in. What do you guys think it is? It's to keep people in. Mexico is a lot freer place than America. So, it's the whole thing. Everything's kind of an inversion, but the best thing is just not to deal with the system and have as little to do with it as you can.
I don't think I would say Mexico would be freer than America.
Why not?
Well, for one, I think a vast majority of Mexicans, they are trying to get to America.
Yeah, but they're leaving
America to be, enslaved or under even more stricter laws or something.
Well, no, but they don't have any laws in America if you're Mexican. You can do whatever you want to if you're a Mexican coming to America. It's only when you do a crime against a person, I need to stop saying person. It's only when you commit a crime against a human being where common law is affected, then they actually lock them up. But if a Mexican comes up here and steals a car or a television or something, they don't put them in prison. They send them back to Mexico. And then they say their name is Juan Garcia instead of Juan Lopez, and then they come back. And that's what there is to that. For the most part, they don't. The criminal activity is in the drug trade, and that's going to be regardless of what ethnicity or wherever. That's always going to happen. But they generally just want to come up here and work, and their families stay in Mexico because you can build a really nice house on some good land for like 20, 30 grand. So that's what they do. And the reason that they're coming here is because Americans don't want to work. They want to pay somebody to do it because they're fat, dumb, and lazy. So that's what it is. And people may not want to hear that, but look at America. The fattest, entitled, overweight, just slothful country out there, to the point where even our military is a joke. A lot of things that we used to take pride in ingenuity and things like that are all just a joke. And yeah, of course, we're going to have people coming here to take advantage of what our pay rate is, and they just send the money straight back across the border. And they don't care. They don't care, like, what is it? To send cash, I forgot what it was called. They still have it though, where there's all these, they take like a 20% cut. You know, a Mexican will send back a few thousand, like $3,000 or $4,000 back to Mexico, and the money, it's MoneyGram. That's what it is. They take like a 20% cut, and the Mexicans still don't care because it's just that much money, and they can support their entire family back there. And after 10 years of working in America, they go back and they have no debt. They go back to Mexico and live free. And that's what they all did. And now they're not, they're cutting down on a lot of that stuff now, but and a lot of them are going back when Trump got in because Trump is against that. But who is gonna mow these people's lawns and clean their houses and watch their kids? Americans aren't going to do it for themselves. They're too lazy. They forgot how to do all that. So it is what it is. At least in the cities. Now, in your more rural neighborhoods and stuff, let me tell you, in my little town, it's a farming community. It used to be one point. My little town, 6,000 people, we have 3 or 4 lawn mowing services. Okay, in my little town, 3 or 4 lawn mowing services. None of them are Mexican. But it just goes to show you that even in a sort of a dirt poor little armpit town like mine is, these people are still hiring guys to mow their lawns. That's how entitled and how lazy people are, and it's unbelievable. It makes me want to go get another lawnmower.
Start a lawnmower business.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, it all comes down to the people. You really you look at like how messed up politics is, and I think it's just a reflection of the people as to what they're willing to put up with. And the same with the masks. It's like, well, obviously people are willing to put up with a ton, or they're completely mind controlled. At either rate, I really don't want anything to do with them, because if they're so mind controlled to even believe that COVID's is real, then no, I'm not. You've had your time. We can only tell you 500 times. 501 is too many. And that's just it. And as far as the election goes, I mean, who wants to get into like fighting over Trump and Biden? I had the idea today that I was going to put both signs in my yard and let people figure it out. Because at least would make people think, like everyone's got their Democrat or Republican sides just to give people a reason to fight with them, I guess. I don't know why people do that, but they do. And I'm like, I want to put both signs in the yard. And that way people will look at it and they'll go, what? Huh? And then they go, oh, well, I bet he's sleeping on his couch because the wife goes one way and then he goes the other. But they have to think about it. Right? They have to think about, why would I possibly have both signs in my yard? Is that a pro-voting message? Is that a pro-president message? What is the deal with that? And it's like, they'd have to think. People go too long without thinking. They just don't think at all. Whatever the news says, they immediately form an opinion, and then it dribbles out their mouth, without thinking about anything. And I think, even having a discussion about whether or not masks are good or bad or anything is so far beyond most people. You need to start with the basics of, we've got a Trump sign and a Biden sign in the yard. What do you think about that? The same person put up both sides.
Yeah. Well, and like Trump just pretty much has often said, he's leaving it up to the states to decide what they should be doing. And if you get these hardcore liberal states and they just don't want to change anything, well then vote another way next time. He really leaves them, because that's
all Trump is doing is saying he doesn't have power over the states. He can't. So just like he was, one thing he was thinking about doing in Minnesota was bringing in the National Guard to stop Black Lives Matter protests, but
Oh,
that would be against posse comitatus, and they'd throw him right out of the presidency.
yeah. Well,
So
that's why he was waiting for it done to just say, yeah, bring them in. Then I will.
I
But
think
he's not.
that was a political thing though too, because Portland is still burning down, and um, places in California still have riots and stuff going on now.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's all a scam. Once you put together the fact that all of this stuff is being paid for by Trump, all of the COVID nonsense, it's like, oh, well, then it really doesn't matter at all. Um, the odds of Trump, pooping his pants when he's on stage is a lot lower than Biden, but other than that, they're kind of the same thing. So, um, yeah, I don't know what I'm expecting they're going to say that Biden is the winner by a lot until they do the final tally, and Trump will be the miraculous victor, and then we're going to have months and months and months about how there had to be tampering and Russian bots and all sorts of stuff. That's all
Well,
there's going to be.
that's what they're saying with Biden's son's computer thing is Russia. That was actually what he claimed happened. When was that? During that one debate, Russia.
Yeah, I remember. I know what you're talking about, but it's like, who cares what Hunter Biden does? I mean,
Well,
the only reason that that's a big deal is it just shows that nepotism is there, and it doesn't matter that it's a treason. It's treason to get. It's treason to hook your family up with good jobs for other foreign countries, and so they can gain access to you. I mean, that's what it is, and that's why it's a big deal. But everyone wants to be, look at what a bum Hunter Biden is, and it's like, yeah, well, Hunter Biden's not running for president, so.
no, but they're saying that Joe Biden had something to do with it.
Well, yeah, Joe Biden got him a job.
Yeah,
It's like a foreign oil company or something.
yeah.
But that
So
was during Joe Biden's vice presidency. So what he did was it's about getting access to the president and America is what the big deal was about it. But no one cares, so it's not even worth bringing up. It's like no one cares that Hillary killed all them people in Benghazi. No one cares, so whatever.
that's another thing that always puzzles me with all these things. Like they got all these things happening, but nobody is going to jail ever.
Of course not, because they're all following orders.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you got all this evidence, and nobody's going to jail. I just don't get that.
Well, you can pardon whoever you want, and that's only if they do something wrong. For the most part, all these guys are taking orders from people above them. My guess would be someone, with a little tiny hat. But anyways, they all take orders from those guys, and they tell them to do something, and they do it. And they already know that their backs are covered before they even enter into doing anything. It's all planned. And anytime there's an accidental thing where someone could actually be charged, you get a presidential pardon. Just like old Nixon. Nixon didn't even do anything that wrong. And it's like, well, yeah, of course he's spying on the enemy. Of course he's spying on the Democratic National Party. Of course he's doing that. And that was a whole big deal. And it's like, well, why is that a big deal? I think, killing people in Benghazi, that's a big deal. I think drone striking people's weddings is kind of a big deal based on a cell phone ping. Yeah, those things are a big deal. And you think today,
This is what he says. And that might very well be it, because I think they want to keep it suspenseful.
Oh, yeah.
But
well, in 2016, Hillary was ahead the entire way, where they're like, don't even bother showing up at the polls. And then Trump won by almost a landslide, didn't he? So yeah, it was such a bold-faced lie that I gotta believe in mind control or something, or people just don't want the responsibility, and they're all just little toddlers running around in big boy pants, to where they can repeatedly be lied to and acknowledge the fact they're being lied to, and everybody knows that politicians are dirty, and then they talk about this stuff like it means something. Oh, you're a Biden supporter. Oh, I can't be friends with you. You already know these guys are all dirtbags. So it's like, so Trump's a liar. Does that mean that Biden doesn't lie? Is that what you're implying? Or Hillary Clinton or any of these people? It's
shadow and mask, be nice.
I mean, it's pretty well nonsense.
I think I don't know why it's not working, but
what? You ban it. You got the ban hammer.
I want to put shadow in the mask in time mode, but it's not. Oh, there we go. Oh no, it still didn't work. Oh well, I don't know what's going on.
It says that it did on my thing.
Oh, okay, maybe it did, and it just didn't show up on mine. All right, cool.
So yeah, I mean, it makes a, honestly, whoever the CEO of Disney is more impactful on your life than who is actually, has the president spot.
Yeah,
because they're both CEO corporation positions, and you're more likely to come in contact with Disney than you are the president and the federal government. Okay, it's a fact. Disney owns all the media. So whoever you got running that thing, you're going to be dealing with all the time. Whether it's Joe Biden or Trump, it doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter. They were supposed to give us money, by the way, so I'm a little disgruntled about that. Like I said, I'm counting on that money, man. I got plans for that money. I'm gonna put a down payment on something so I can be in debt.
Yeah. But who said that they were handing out money, or?
That was the plan. When he signed that CARES Act, they were all complaining. The people who were voted against it were complaining that $1,000 was going to go to every American or whatever. And Trump said, yeah, and there's going to be a lot more after that. And it was a colossal amount of money. And $1,000 to every American is something like 350 million or something. So it's like, well, whatever. That's like nothing.
Yeah.
Or no, it'd be 350. It'd be like 3.5 billion out of 6 trillion.
Yeah.
So $3.5 billion is a drop in the bucket. That's nothing.
Yeah. Wow.
And actually, it was part of a bill, and it was out there, and it got shot down. And then Trump said he was going to wait until after the election before anything would happen to it, which I guess is like one of those political ploys of, well, we got to vote Trump in to make sure we get our free money.
What do you think of this whole Fauci thing, where Trump said he would wait a little while after the election and he'd fire Fauci?
Who knows? Fauci did his job. He already made his money. He probably wants to retire.
And he virtually bankrupted America even more, brought them way more into debt because of his idiocy, pretty much.
Well, it's not idiocy. He was the guy who was behind AIDS.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
AIDS was a complete scam, just like COVID.
Yeah.
100% total scam. It was the immunodeficiency came from the treatment. It was just a bunch of gays getting hepatitis and sick because they're gay and shooting up drugs. And they put them on whatever this type of drug is that they ban now. And that they died from that, basically. Destroyed immune system from whatever they gave them to for their treatment. And yeah, that's what that whole thing was about, which is why you have Magic Johnson and plenty of people that are supposedly HIV positive running around just fine. Yeah. Because it was all fantasy made up nonsense. And the whole thing with Africa and their supposed pandemic with AIDS is all nonsense also, because they have completely different symptoms. Yeah. So the thing in Africa had to do with mining and industrial work, and people were getting sick from that, and they just called it AIDS. And yeah, that's all it was. It was just a big scam. And Fauci, he was a big player in that, and now he's a big player in this one. So they bring him out. He looks just like Goebbels, right? And then he's got a name like Fauci. So yeah, this guy's the propaganda minister. They wheel him out there. He gets to do his little demon speak or whatever he does. And then they wheel him off the stage. And he's been doing this for 40 years. So time to retire.
Yeah. And no doubt that he's in some cahoots with who is that guy again? Bill Gates.
Yes. They're all buddies.
Yeah. I have no doubt because Bill Gates had a lot to do with Africa. And what he did there was just man, they should have killed him out there for what he did.
Well, he's the guy that everyone gets to blame.
Yeah.
He's just a figurehead. He's just like Bill Gates didn't have any money. Okay. Everything was given to the guy. He's a Rockefeller. Everything was given to the Facebook guy. Everything was given to the PayPal dude. What's his name? Elon Musk. And they're all given this money to be the figureheads of whatever they want to be doing, whatever complex industrial thing they want to do. And that's what it is. You get to take all the brunt. You can have all the money you want. You get to take the brunt of all of what we're doing. And that's what it looks like to me. Because Elon Musk ain't no super genius. Bill Gates doesn't appear to be any super genius. From what I can tell, even as the official story with Bill Gates is he stole the IBM operating system and added a mouse to it. So wow. And the mouse idea came from Apple. So he took Apple's mouse idea and added it to IBM DOS and called it MS-DOS. And that was what he did. And then he came out with Windows 3.1, which just was a graphical interface for DOS with a mouse. And that was it. So he stole everybody's products and put them together. And that was his official thing that now he runs the world. So the whole story behind that guy is really fishy. The whole story behind the Apple guys is really fishy. Oh yeah, I built a computer in my garage. You can too. Just like Hewlett Packard. You guys built the first printer in a garage. It's like, come on. Does anyone believe that crap anymore? I mean, this isn't the days of Nikola Tesla. All right. You know, where nobody had electricity. You know, we're in 20th century times now. Things that revolutionize the world don't just pop out of some guy's garage. No, everything needs funding. Everything needs backers, because you know what? Those products that are released that people do come up with in their garage, those people get thrown in prison and their stuff stolen. That's what happens. I have a video about that that's actually on my channel about, you know, your inventions that got wiped out by big boys. You know, the big thing they were talking about, like hydrogen cars, they always bring it up and no one's ever done it. You want to know why? Because cars could run off hydrogen for free. And it's very simple technology that anybody can do, like anybody. And that means that you no longer have control over the people to buy your petroleum products, right? So, and not only can you power cars, you could power your house, you could power everything with hydrogen. And where do you get the hydrogen? Water.
Yeah.
And there you go. Electrolysis with water, you get oxygen, you get hydrogen. Yeah. I've been looking a lot into that, and it's like, yeah, they're not doing that because they don't have control over it. Just like Nikola Tesla, wireless power is totally a thing. And yeah, you can't put a meter on it though. So you can't do that. And the people that come out with one of the things that someone could look up is called a GEAT motor. And a GEAT motor, all it does is it breaks down water into hydrogen and oxygen using the heat from the exhaust pipe. And it cycles the gases back into the carburetor or whatever. And you get something like 100 miles a gallon on the thing, just with a bit of water. Wow. And of course, he knew that guy was thrown in prison for something, right? It was totally innocent of everything, and they locked this guy away. Before he went, he just put his plans to the GEAT engine on the internet and said, "Fine, you can have it. I'm just going to put it," because he knew there was no way you could patent anything, because honestly, the technology isn't very complicated. There's no way you could patent it. There's no way you could really do anything with it except put it out there. He couldn't sell it. That was a big problem because the oil industry and Ford and Chevy and everybody a gang up on him. So he just put it out there for free for everybody. So, wow. anybody who's mechanically minded can go out there and go create a hydrogen, basically an engine that runs on water, right? And it's not super difficult. And there you go. I mean, rigging a car up to do it might be kind of difficult, right? But like certainly a lawnmower engine, no problem. And that's mainly because of computer systems. All modern cars, as of about 1995, are all computer driven. So it makes things like alternate fuels a lot more difficult. But carburetor days, yeah, no problem.
Have you heard of this guy that's on the screen here? Hakan Lanz?
No.
He says look into him, so he must have something involved with that kind of stuff you're talking about.
There's, honestly, and now that it's off the top of my head, when we're done with this, I'll have to spend some time on YouTube actually tracking down videos for good information on good inventions, because they're doing a huge scrub right now on YouTube. Yeah. And it'd be a shame to trying to pull down stuff that I think is going to get wiped off. So I have a record of it, like the Geet engine one. That's the only reason that it's on my channel is because of that. I think the name of the video is something like unlimited power, perpetual energy or something, perpetual energy machines or something to that effect, which obviously cannot exist. They would violate physics, but it was a whole bunch of inventions that are very conservative with their power output, and they're alternative technologies that, like, why you'd think, like, why isn't this out on the market? And the answer is pretty obvious when you look at the ramifications for easy, cheap power that anybody can have that's 100% safe. And it's like, well, we can't have that. We need things blowing up. We need them breaking down. And we need everybody sucking off a giant corporate tit. That's what we need. And anybody who doesn't fall into that, well, we've got a lot of money to throw around at thugs to go bully people. And that's how the whole system works. And, the only way to really circumnavigate that stuff is to just not participate. Not participate in that. Not like, oh, I'm going to make $1 bajillion off my new invention. It's like, nah, I'll just do it myself. Yeah. Sell it privately to people or something. And yeah. Because you can make a lot of money off this off of the system the way that it is. It turns out, they can turn off your PayPal, and they can turn off your YouTube, and they can turn off all of your little privileges you get, and you can still do okay.
Yeah,
it's a lot rougher, but you don't need Facebook, you don't need PayPal, you don't need any of that crap. Which does happen when people get mad at you. Whatever industrial complex gets mad at you, they give money to Facebook to say, we don't like this guy. And then they say you violated your rules, terms, and conditions, and they don't tell you what you violated, and they turn you off. And it's because somebody above them said, hey, we don't like this guy. Here's some money. Turn him off.
Yeah. So do you believe in the hollow earth thing?
Hollow earth? I don't know. What is that?
I've heard about it before myself. And I think some people have even said like giants live in there or something.
Aliens.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 20 years ago when I was into aliens and stuff. Yeah, I mean, people have said something about that. I mean, that's just a wild speculation, and there's nothing anywhere that says anything about that other than unless you say that hell is there and it's hollow. I guess. I don't know. There's a space there with a great gulf between. So you've got two spaces. Well, it's one space now, but yeah, the Bible indicates that hell is down in the earth. So yeah, there's your hollow earth.
Yeah, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
But I guess it would be, I don't know how hollow it would actually be, because you obviously have fire down there too.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's just a sidetracking nonsense question, really, because there's no anything to it. What am I supposed to say to that? I know that there's an up and that there's a down.
Yeah.
If you live in a ball, you haven't even figured that one out yet. Never mind if the Earth is hollow.
I was actually talking to my daughter about that yesterday, flat Earth and globe.
Yeah.
And it was actually a pretty interesting conversation. My younger daughter, I was talking to her about that, and it was quite interesting.
Yeah. Is she a flat earther?
No, I don't think she is. She just was asking questions, and I was like, well, okay, well, no, I could answer some of the questions that you brought up, the ones that I can remember anyway, and just things that I was thinking about myself as to how things would be working, and then go like obviously with scripture as well, showing her that, well, really the Bible doesn't say either or. I know just because it says a circle of the earth, that doesn't mean that's a round ball. You know.
Yeah, I've kind of come to the conclusion with the Bible stuff after doing the thing with Jeremy that like, yeah, it's pretty is ironclad set in stone that the Bible is indicative of a flat earth in the way that everything, it's just generally accepted in the Bible that
Yeah.
everything is flat, up is heaven, down is hell. And
Yeah.
all of the terms and all the relationships that you use with celestial bodies and everything are all indicative of flat earth. It doesn't state it specifically,
Yeah.
but up until very recently, people knew that the earth was flat and stationary and everything moved around us. It's very recent phenomena.
And that's one thing I told her too. It was definitely a stationary Earth. That's one thing I knew for sure, because that's, you just read certain books of the Bible, and it clearly indicates that the Earth is standing still. The sun and moon are the ones that are moving around. That, I don't think anybody really could dispute that.
Well, the people who are hardcore heliocentrists will, because they say, well, how do you justify the stars moving light year speeds because they're so far and all this other stuff? That they get you trapped a little bit into their little nonsense program.
But like, okay, the stars are moving. That's just one thing that doesn't make much sense.
Well, if you have a non-moving Earth, the stars have to move around you.
Yeah, that is true.
Right. And so if the stars are whatever they say, however many trillion miles away, if from your reference point, if that star is a trillion miles away and it's rotating around you a certain like 15 degrees an hour or something, if it's moving that fast in the sky for you, that means that that star is traveling beyond the speed of light, I think is what they're indicating.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, that is true. Hey, welcome here over to James.
What's going on, Frank and Max?
Not much. Talking a little politics and a little flat earth and yeah, a little bit of everything.
I see. Okay, out of everyone on this YouTube Christian, channels of, who's the most like into politics? Is it Robert Breaker, I'm guessing?
He just did a video that said something about the elections. I didn't watch it.
I saw Jason's video on that. He covered that Robert Breaker's video.
I see.
So I don't know.
Wait, James, what do you think? Is it the greatest apocalypse ever or what?
I don't know, bro, but I know it's gonna come soon.
Oh, that's we got the apocalypse just means unveiling or yeah. I think it's unveiling. I'll look it up quick.
I don't know too much about it.
Apocalypse. An apocalypse in the ancient Greek, literally meaning an uncovering, is a disclosure or revelation of great knowledge. And then it says, in religious and occult concepts, apocalypse generally discloses something very important that was hidden or provides what Bart Ehrman has termed a vision of heavenly secrets that can make sense of earthly realities. So I don't know about all the Bart Ehrman stuff. I'm not a real huge fan of that guy, but it literally means an uncovering, and it's a disclosure or revelation of knowledge. So this is definitely, to me, the greatest apocalypse ever, because it's so out there as to what the truth is, and anyone can find it. And you see like who absolutely refuses to. Yeah. They're like, no, I want to sit in the basement and play video games. I don't want the truth. And they want their lollipops and their masks, and that's it.
Yep, those are the lost sheep.
Oh man, there's a lot of them.
Yep, unfortunately.
We get some shepherds in here. I wouldn't even call them sheep. Sheep implies that they're saved
Hey.
or something. I think we got a whole lot of goats.
We got a
Yeah, you're
shepherd.
right
in here.
about that mix.
No, I don't know. I'm very much into politics, especially American stuff. I don't care for Canadian stuff; it's garbage. So it
Interesting.
really all hinges on what America does in the first place. So,
Hey, Frank, what makes you say that? Just wondering. Saying like, Canada, it's less important than the U.S. Just wondering.
just for the fact that America is the superpower, pretty much. We trade with them, and they are like one of the largest consumers, right? The ones that are going to buy from you.
We feed like 85% of the world.
Yeah.
Literally feed the Midwest, the grain belt where I live feeds 85% of the world.
Yeah.
So whatever happens in America, everybody in the world is affected.
Oh yeah.
The only exceptions were places like Venezuela, where they don't want anything to do with us, and they're really doing good. The place where Gaddafi was, we took that over because we couldn't have Gaddafi running anything. And like Iran, of course, Iran's not doing so great because they're kind of reliant on a lot of people because it's a desert country. But our America's fingers are broad in that we control the world. Every place we got a military base, you can basically say America controls. And how many thousands of military bases do we have in every single country? So yeah, we are. And people ask like, oh, worried about the New World Order coming. And I'm like, you do realize we are the New World Order. America is the New World Order. We are the army for the New World Order. Anytime that whoever it is calling shots, or, if you want to say Satan, or if you want to say the Grabblers, or whoever is calling the shots that has a problem with a country, it's America that goes in there. And we make up any ridiculous excuse we possibly can. What did Gaddafi do to anybody? He didn't do anything. Does anybody even know who Muammar Gaddafi is? No. I know who he is because I'm 40 years old and my brother went and bombed him back in 1980. Okay, that's it. That's how I know Muammar Gaddafi. They went in there and his USS America carrier, he worked on a carrier. They went out there and bombed him and killed his kids. Okay, and then so that's it. That's how I know who this guy is. And we recently just killed this guy because apparently he was being brutal to his people. It's like, well, what about China? What about Russia? What about all these other places? Oh no, Gaddafi. We got to get that guy. It's like, oh, you mean because he doesn't have a world bank and he had his own currency? I got you. Make up whatever excuse, whatever, to bring in America. Which you look at like the debt thing where America is 30 trillion now in debt. And it's like, why would we care if America was not part of that system, just kind of a pawn? Why would we even care how much money we owed? What are they going to do? Come take it from us? There's no one that can stop America. No, the realistic thing is that the country was entirely built up by World Bank, IMF, Rothschilds, and all of that stuff. And that's who they've always been taking orders from. And right now they're put in place to be the bouncer or the strong arm of the Grabbler man to put in IMF banks and all that stuff. So yeah, whatever happens in America is a big deal for the rest of the country economically, for sure.
Yep. Hey guys, I have a huge question for all of you. Do you think America was really founded upon Christian morals? Do you think America was really like founded upon godly base or like Christian standards or whatever? Do you really think so? Because I'm beginning to doubt it low key.
What, America's a Christian nation?
Yeah.
No. Was it founded on Christian basis? Like
yes,
by Christians.
100%, and it was a Christian nation up until pretty much the baby boomers.
And when was the baby boomers?
Officially, it was 1945 to 65, but really it's like 55 to 75 or 50, like 1950 to 65-ish, 50 to 70 is probably a more accurate. Officially, it's 45 to 65. But the whole country kind of changed because what happened there was in World War II, it seems like to me, now I don't have any official anything that I can really point to, but it seems like to me is that the Grabler man and the banks were trying to figure out who is going to be the military power of the New World Order. So we have this World War II that would solve some issues for them regarding what they're going to do with the Jews and building their country, you know, because they want to follow scripture, right? So they're going to build them a country or put them somewhere. And then they got to figure out who is going to be the world ruler as far as military goes. And so we all kind of fought it out, and America ended up being so productive and powerful that we got the go ahead. And then from that, we've got the military industrial complex, the pharmaceutical industrial complex, and all these things, all based on a corporate system where corporations kind of run everything. And that's just great for them. And that's how we ended up in the spot that we're at, really. And that's why, you know, America's little dirty fingers are involved in everything. It's just because we're the strong arm to go in there, and we're the muscle. And where we can't muscle somebody, we just throw money at them. And it's what it is. And then all the Americans get to sit around and wave American flags and say, "Hey, we're so great." And it fell away from Christianity right after World War II, and that generation there, when they died off, that was kind of it. The new generation's just all about how many boats, Buicks, how big their house is. You know, can't have kids because they're going to suck too much off of my income. I'm going to get divorced when I'm 50 years old for no apparent reason, so I can have more me time, I guess. There's the morals just went out the window at that point.
I see.
And everybody decided everybody could get the country was so fruitful that money was free for like nothing. You imagine you go get a part-time job at a gas station and make $50,000 a year equivalent. Okay. That's the way that it was back then. The equivalent money, you could go work part-time at a gas station and make 50 grand a year. Okay. So that's what they grew up in. Unlimited money. And of course, why should I mow my own lawn? For that same amount of time, I could work 10 minutes at the gas station and make $1,000. I'll just pay someone from another country a slave wage so they could do it for me. You know, it's kind of how it goes. And the more you fall into that, the more wealth makes you more right. Like I must be doing something right because I have all this money, or I don't know. Let me tell you that those spiritual aspects fall way by the wayside when you're dreaming about your next boat and your next big house, and what you'll do to get the ones and zeros in your bank account. It all just goes by the wayside, and eventually you end up at the point after that's gone on long enough, you're selling your children into that to where you're automatically in debt, right? Which you shouldn't be. Okay, there's no positive thing said about debt in the Bible. Right. So right out, you get your kids and you're throwing them into 50,000 in debt through your colleges and all this other stuff. And you're setting them up right into that system. Like that's what you're supposed to be doing with yourself. And it's like, well, wait a second. The baby boomers didn't do that. You know, they didn't. They eventually started doing that. And their parents before them certainly never did any of that. It was very rare to be a college education in the demographic before the boomers. A lot of people even didn't drive back then. And, you know, the technology, of course, is new, but, you know, how times change to where I can get a loan for, I could buy something outright for $30,000, but I could get a loan for $300,000 by using and taking my $30,000 and putting it down on something. That became the American way, where it's just acceptable that you're going to have a $400,000 mortgage. Okay. That's just acceptable and normal. Where 50 years ago, that'd never fly. And it's largely has to do with morals and Christian ethics. And this is, you know, the whole thing of where people have a problem with music and dancing and all of these things that people are like considered fundamental crazy people. All of that came out of as that was normal back in the 50s. That was normal, that it was looked frowned upon. We can't show Elvis on television. And all of that because they were of a higher moral standard. And that just completely went away. After the 60s, that was done. Free love, free drugs. You know, before the 60s, drugs weren't even illegal. It shows you something. They didn't become illegal until we had our war on drugs. Then every drug was illegal unless you had a prescription. And you couldn't get a prescription unless you had unless you had health insurance. And guess who's got the health insurance? The boomers. Guess who's sitting in homes right now? They can't remember their name, and they're hooked on heroin. It's them. So it's what it is. And of course, not all, right? Before I get in trouble with everybody, it's not all, of course, but there's a lot. And you look at how many pills and stuff they're taking and how much it is actually just heroin. A lot. Why were we in Afghanistan again? Why were we in Nevada? They didn't have any heroin in Afghanistan now, or opium. Yeah. Now they do. We got to send America in there with freedom syringes, get our opium.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, and that's unfortunately was the tipping point where I don't think that I've ever seen a Christian society in America ever. It's always been a little bit loosey-goosey with Christianity anyway, because there's so many different cultures here where you'll have kind of this amalgamation of all these people with all these different beliefs, and then they kind of package it as some kind of Christianity.
Yep, and that's probably gonna make you probably know who I'm talking about. Go berserk, right?
Ooh.
You can Frank. You can guess who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, America likes to think it's a Christian nation, but it also likes to think that it's right about going to war. And it also likes to think that it's right about what they're doing in Afghanistan. And they like to think that they're right about the war on drugs. They like to think that they're right about everything because they're a bunch of entitled people who sit around and watch the news and lick their lollipops and huff on their masks. And that's what it is. Yeah, I mean, it's the two kinds of people in the world is going to be the people who actually enjoy learning new things and actually are like, oh, wow, I didn't know that. And then there's the other portion of people who are just completely terrified by any new ideas because it interferes with their programming that they've received in school and television day after day after day. And now their little handheld personal hypnosis device that doesn't lie to you guys. None of this stuff is like a secret takeover plan. It's not secret. It's not secret at all. The little phone that you've got has an apple with a bite out of it. If you knew anything out of the Bible, you'd know exactly what that was. Yeah. And rant on that, I guess, But yeah, like America has been described as a neo-pagan, which I pretty well agree with. Where you've got just basically paganism. I mean, you got a lot of Catholics in there who are going to call themselves Christian and they're pagans. And you've got a lot of different cults that have a really big following in America and no place else. And a lot of people who say that they're Christian, they have no idea what it means and couldn't recite the gospel to you if their life depended on it. And it does. So, what am I going to say? I can just do my thing and worry about me. And like I said, greatest apocalypse ever. I'm thankful that the ones I don't have to worry about even talking to are wearing a mask. So there you go.
Yeah, the ones that are sane, they actually really separate themselves now or show themselves who are the insane ones.
Well, right. And you know what? It's like people think, talk about this I got a little story for the last time I was at Home Depot. I had to buy some lumber so I can keep myself busy and do some projects around here. And I need some wood. And by the way, lumber has quadrupled in price.
Yeah.
See, for all you people out there who don't think there's an economic collapse that we're in the middle of right now, you go trying to build a house a year from today. What would cost you $200,000 to build will cost you $800,000 to build because the materials went up that much in 2 months. I paid $2 a board for a 2x4 2 months ago. They were $8 a board today. Okay. So anyways, Home Depot, and I went to the cities closer to the metropolis of terror down there where nobody knows what they're doing. Black Lives Matter, all that stuff. Went down there, and I think 99% of the people are wearing masks. No one, of course, is ever going to mess with me on the mask thing. Everyone's all afraid. What are they going to do? Are they going to let you in? And just walk in there and do my shopping. And I was telling Amy as we're driving there is that, you don't have to be scared of the employees in there because number one, even if they do ask you, they don't want to do that. Right. And number two, a lot of them are going to be happy that you're walking in there without a mask because they're hoping that more people show up without masks so they don't have to wear one themselves. right? If they're an employee, they're kind of, they're stuck. They have to do what their job wants them to do, right? So I go through there and everyone's, kind of social distancing us or whatever. It doesn't matter. But then we go to checkout and there's a guy that apparently has checked us out a couple of times before, all talkative, and his eyes lit right up when he saw us there, not wearing masks, chatty, had a big discussion about lumber. He even wrapped his arm around me and hugged me a little bit when we had a connection on something that we were talking about. I think we both lived in the same town, effectively. He lived in the next little town 5 miles from here. So it was like, yeah, we're talking about the roads and local stuff. It instantly gave us the connection, and he was wearing a mask because he has to. He's an employee. So, but he instantly saw that I was, and he's like, aha, I could talk to that guy. And he's so happy. And this is the guy who's like probably late 70s, early 80s, who's just doing it as like a part-time retirement gig, probably, and he was happy to see, somebody with some sense. He was loosening up to the point where he's, even swearing here and there and having a casual man-to-man conversation. It was great. But see, if I walked in there with a mask, do you think I would have gotten a reaction like that? No, I would have been another faceless zombie. He'd be like, look, there's another one I don't have to worry about talking to. There's another one I don't have to worry about talking to. So those are the positive kinds of things that happen just by the fact of you person not wearing a mask. You might not think that it's a big deal if you wear a mask or not. Trust me, it's a huge deal if you don't wear a mask.
Well, especially like to show other people. Like everybody thinks that they're like being like the only ones not wearing a mask. But if everybody would just say, hey, you know what? I'm not wearing a mask. And if they're against them, don't wear a mask. And I bet you overwhelmingly everybody would support that. Like it would be a small percentage that would just be wearing masks because they actually want to wear a mask.
Well, I got no problem with people wearing masks. My problem is with the color of law that indicates that this might somehow be illegal or somehow be against the rules or something like that. And that's my problem. It's total fraud. And then when you start looking in terms of what fraud is, you find out that everything is fraud, and then you just get depressed. But I get mad when people lie to me, and that's lying. We had a store in town here that had a sign up apparently that said it's the law to wear a mask, and I'd be like, ooh, I need to go down there right now, and because that's I don't know if there's a criminal penalty to that, but that's totally lying. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty big deal because you could say there's a law about anything and just make a pretty sign, and what could you get people to do?
Yeah.
But they took it down, or maybe it was never existed and someone was just having fun on the internet. But there is no laws, there is no rules, there is no nothing that says you need to wear a mask. It's a suggestion. If it makes you feel happy to wear a mask, do it. I suggest you don't. I mean, do you like eating your own poop? Do you really like that? By all means, wear a mask, wear a dirty diaper. No, I'm not. It may sound crude, but that is literally what it is. You are eating your own shit when you wear a mask all day. And I am not kidding. Where do you think you're getting rid of toxins? Your armpits and your breath. All right. If you're not sitting on the toilet, where's it going? All right. Go ahead. Go wear that dirty diaper on your face all day long.
Yeah, you are on there because whenever I walk into just say like a store, right? And then I just really just like immediately put my mask on, and just once I walk out, take it off immediately. That's what I usually do, bro. I don't like wearing them.
Yeah, and that's your own choice. I suggest just not wearing them at all. Then you don't even have to worry about that.
Yeah, Steven. Hold on one second.
Actually, the Walmart in my town, what they did was so few people were going there that they were more lenient after a while, and they didn't make people wear their masks. Like they were actually literally telling people to leave if they're not going to wear their mask, and eventually they just had to stop caring because everybody went somewhere else. So it actually
it could have been, but a lot of these bigger organizations, they don't care about money. And what ended up happening, I think, is they started getting sued too much. But because it's a huge liability thing. Like if Walmart was requiring people to wear masks, and they have alternates, right? Walmart could get away with it because they'd be like, well, you can't come in the store, but you can shop online. We can bring the stuff out to you. There's actually Walmart has different options where they probably could get away with if you're going to come in the store to wear a mask, but they don't, because you've got guys like me who are like, I don't want to do this, and I'll show them, and I'll find any ladder in the store I possibly can to fall off of and say, I felt dizzy. It must have been because of the mask, and sue them for $5 million. And you know what? The whole thing is going to be on videotape, right? The whole thing is going to be me climbing up a ladder to get a product and then fainting and falling square off that thing onto the ground and wait till someone finds it. The whole thing is going to be on tape. And then they get to go and say that they're going to try and prove that I didn't pass out because of the mask. And then I'm going to say, is Walmart a medical doctor, or why are they giving out medical PPE, personal protective equipment? Oh, they didn't. They're enforcing me to wear a medical device they know nothing about. They are 100% liable. It doesn't matter if I'm faking it or not. So, and you get enough of those people in there, which I'm sure is happening like crazy. And yeah, they're going to stop doing it. But the fact of the matter is, these large businesses already know that. Yeah. If they don't have the laws backing them, they know they are 100% liable. So they'll put up all sorts of scary signs. They'll even have a handicapped person up next to the little thing if they're giving out masks, right? They'll even have a handicapped person standing there with a vest on to make it look like I'm watching for people. I'm going to get you if you're not wearing a mask. That's what they do. But nobody ever tells you to put a mask on, because then they're liable. Okay. It's only the small mom and pop stores that'll give you a problem with it. And then, with the small mom and pops, if it was a place that I went to a lot of times, I would actually have a conversation with them. I go, do you understand how much liability you're putting your business in by doing this? Do you understand that there's no laws at all? And do you understand how much business you're losing and how many people just will never shop here because they don't agree with the mask things? And actually have a conversation with them if they're real people, real business owners, and not some faceless corporation, because the faceless corporation doesn't care. The federal government will just bail them out. Walmart will say we lost 60% of our business because of people having to wear the mask, and the federal government cuts them a check. Okay. It's a loss due to COVID. And that's what it is. So they're doing the same thing with small businesses to some extent. They're giving you out $10,000 and $20,000 loans or grants or something, even in my small town, as COVID relief for some of these businesses. And of course, oh yeah, well, I can make people wear the mask, and it doesn't matter if my business is profitable at all. I can just collect federal money, and that's the name of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, to be honest, those types of people who just get on you for not wearing a mask, that's what's called a mask hole. To be honest, I kind of can't. I really can't stand those types of people.
No, he's a mask debater.
Dude, the thing is, I just want to share something with y'all about this mask issues. That okay, so my university recreation center, they just reopened up, right? And then so they just reopened up the basketball court, but they said you have to play basketball with masks on. Oh my goodness, dude, screw it.
Yeah,
that rec center.
Yeah, and you know what? All it takes is one of the teams in that thing to say no, we're not going to do it. And then everybody else will do the same thing. That's already happened, actually.
Yeah.
Where you have school districts where they enforce that, and school districts are like, nah, we're not going to do that. And then every other district, because they still want to play, just gets rid of that law, just right. or rule or whatever they have. Just like UFC fights and stuff like that is kind of funny too. Where like UFC and NFL and all of these professional sports, they were apparently all tested and everyone's 100% clean. Right? Like one day they tested everybody's clean. You can go play. It's like, yeah, nobody got tested. It's all a ruse.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of shocked that they would actually make people wear masks while playing sports. That just obviously does not make any sense.
Dude, exactly. Because guess what? This is my mask right here, right? Like when you're breathing in, you just breathe in your own bacteria. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's all you're doing.
Like you're breathing hard when you're playing sports. So what's the point of wearing masks?
Well, the point of wearing masks is to give an indication that there is a deadly virus out there that doesn't exist. because there is no bodies stacked up on the corners like cordwood. They are laying people off, and hospitals are almost going out of business. All right. Because of that fact, you have to make people wear masks so people think that there's an actual pandemic, and there isn't. Did you know that in Canada, pretty sure it's Canada, they track the flu symptoms or the flu numbers? And in Canada, it's like 30,000 a year, 40,000 a year, and they've tracked it for 20 years. And the number has always been about the same. I think it's either Canada or Britain. And then in this last year with COVID, the number went from 40,000 people with the flu last year to 6 this year.
Yeah, I think that was Canada.
Yeah. So there's no shenanigans going on there, right?
No. I think they even stopped counting the flu and cold symptoms already. Everything is basically just COVID right now.
Yes.
It is pathetic.
Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely pathetic.
Yep. And I think, regardless of what you want to do if you want to wear a mask and don't want to wear a mask, it's like, look at just the whole, it damages your brain to go along with nonsense. It does. You're just begging to be put in an old folks home and pumped full of heroin. That's what you are. And it's what it is. You can't put up with that much cognitive dissonance.
See, this is one thing I wasn't understanding about this chart here was, okay, you got obviously the ones that are already warm, but then you have the gray and then you have the yellow. I never understood what the yellow was, but apparently it means too close to call. And that's kind of shocking with Texas. You would think Texas would be, obviously Republican.
No, all of the major cities in Texas are run by liberals now.
Wow. Yeah, and I was shocked kind of too to see that Colorado went blue. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, they moved the government there, so it does make sense.
Huh.
So all of the phony corporations that are really just extensions of the government, like Facebook and Google and YouTube, they're all government things. And they set up their emergency government headquarters for like the CIA, NSA, all the people for the president and all that. They set up shop in Colorado, like around the Denver area. And Facebook, Google, all of the major tech companies that are in California, they're all set up there too. So that's their unofficial address. So yeah, it makes sense. They probably brought in 100,000 liberals from all those different agencies over there to go work.
Well, and that's the problem, right? Like you got people like from New York and all those places that are pretty much liberal no matter what. And their taxes start going up, and where do they start moving? Well, they start moving to Republican places, and then they,
Well, it really isn't. I mean, it really isn't Republican. They're just moving to conservative areas.
Yeah, and then just basically turn them into Democrats.
Yeah, and I don't really care about Texas because Texas has its own problems on the other side too. But it is kind of funny how we completely destroyed California, and all these celebrities are then moving to Texas, Austin, Texas. They're just a waterfall of used up celebrities all rolling into Austin, Texas now.
Hi, Max. I live in Texas. I live in the Houston area.
Yeah. What do you think? Are you a liberal strong point in Houston?
No.
Because Austin and
I believe in Christian in Houston. That's what I am.
Yeah. Well, like Austin and Dallas are completely run over with people from California.
So just a question for y'all. How's y'all's, walk with the Lord has been lately? Just checking up on y'all.
Oh, mine's been actually very well. Yeah, things are going very well out here. Getting certain things going slowly but surely. I'm getting things going, and yeah, that's pretty much it for now. I have some videos I want to do yet. I don't know if you guys watched the latest one from Brian Denlinger. It was hilarious, absolutely hilarious. He's obviously he's got to preach hard because I guess his donations are going down, so he's got to preach hard, right? And he's saying with his mask thing, if I had a job, I wouldn't wear a mask. If I had a church,
that's hilarious.
Yeah, if I had this, I would do this. It's all just a bunch of ifs. Brian, go do something.
To be honest, I wonder how long his standards list are. I wonder how big his list of standards is. It's just been growing way too much to the point where I can't even count.
Yeah, yeah. Well, how about yours?
To be honest, it's been going good. I've been spending a lot of time in the book of Proverbs lately.
Awesome. That's a really, really good book to get into.
Yep, sure is.
You can learn a lot. It's a lot of deep stuff. If you want to go really, it's got lots of good shallow stuff to just to understand certain things, but a lot of very deep things too. And same with Ecclesiastes.
Yep.
I still don't understand some of the phrases that's being used in Ecclesiastes. But yeah, and it's Proverbs is one of those books that you can just apply it to yourself almost in every area.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's just so much wisdom in there, and things that are just really good to ponder on and to really meditate on.
Oh yeah, no. I'm just wondering because I've heard of this term called meditating on the scriptures. What does that mean to y'all? Like, I don't really know too much about it. So what does that mean to y'all?
That just means thinking about it.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's thinking about it. It's more than just thinking about it, because I don't even know what that word means anymore. When people say they think about something, it's like, really? Do you see what's going on around? Well, anyways, that's a side point. You sit on the scriptures and you're trying to apply it, see how it applies to the world, because everything always does.
Yeah.
And it's not always apparent right when you first read it. Like the parable of not the parable, but the story of the prodigal son and all that. And to figure out that and apply it, and the story of Job, and some of these ones is like, why did God do that? And that would be meditating on scriptures. So if you're going to do a study on something, you're going to have the applications of what's going on in the book, and you're also going to have how it applies to today, and other meanings behind what is going on that is truthful all throughout. And like every verse of scripture seems to have 100 different applications.
Yeah.
All geared in the same thing that you can apply in all these different areas.
Yeah.
So yeah, meditating on it is that.
I see what you mean.
I mean, you can read, like, for instance, okay, you can take the book of Job and you're like, oh, what's the book of Job about? Oh, the book of Job's about Job didn't want to do something, so God punished him, and then Job did it. Okay, that's the story in a nutshell.
Yeah.
And you can go all the way through it and see what kind of lessons that you're learning throughout it,
Okay, I see completely what you mean by that. Yeah, the reason why I mostly ask you about Max is because and Frank is that y'all are the more experienced Christians. I'm more the the younger one. You know what I mean?
Well, that's no problem, but and you'll grow into these kinds of things, and it's great to ask questions. You'll never grow if you don't ask questions.
Right,
so,
exactly.
Ask questions. It's not a big deal at all. And that's that's how myself, that's how Max, that we learn things, because we had questions and we either asked or we looked for the answer, and that's how you grow. So.
I see. And, what was I finna say? Shoot, I forgot what I was finna say.
Well, anyways, an important thing is to be open to the truth, even if you disagree with it, or even if it goes against whatever your philosophy or ideal is.
Yep, just don't do what my memory does.
You absolutely have to, because there's no shame in if you were duped or if you thought a different way. There's no shame in saying, I was pretty messed up, and now I know the right way. The shame is when you know the wrong thing and then you're going to continue on with it because you're too prideful, or you're afraid about losing your social status or something.
Yeah, yeah. The thing is too is when people they get so emotional about it, and then they can hardly let it go, because all the emotional effort and arguments that you put into it, and now you found out that you're wrong. It's hard to say I was wrong. So always be cautious when you're reading scripture. Don't just be gung ho on something like really dogmatically, unless it's like obviously true, and just be open that, okay, I could be wrong about something, and just admit it, especially admit it to yourself that you could be wrong about something. And then you're open to, okay, what does this mean? And you're going to dive into other areas as to what does this guy say about that? Because if you can't figure it out, okay, you're going to go look for somebody that might have the answer. So be open to those kinds of things, and don't get too emotionally attached to your argument if you aren't 100% sure what it actually means.
And what is truth?
Yeah.
Truth is logic. Okay, whatever the logic is, whatever it's a logical yes, then that is the truth wherever you find it. Okay, this is why, like, some of the positions that I take on things and stuff, and people laugh at me. It's like, well, but if you're right, then that would make this right. And they go, oh, you're just a moron. I'm like, well, where is my logic wrong? Because I can't be wrong if it's logically true. That means it's a fact. It's like, and there are people that'll hold on to things very, especially in dealing with people who are atheists and people who have a lot of scientific training. They'll hold on to it because they spent $100,000 for an education. And if they're proven wrong, it's like they just lost $100,000 and they flushed it down the toilet. And, they're paying interest on that. They'll be paying that student loan for the rest of their life. And they're looked at as being a well-respected person in their community with a master's degree who goes out and maybe does speaking things and writes reports and papers and is seen as a real high and mighty expert professional guy. And if I walk in there, just some guy, and I'm like, that's logically incompatible with this, according to some other scientists out there. And then they're like, oh, well, you're just too dumb to understand. That's the excuse that I get, is I'm just too stupid to understand. I'm like, well, if you come to a logical conclusion and you test the conclusion that you come to, and you test it from every different angle, and you try and break your conclusion and it doesn't break, then you're right. There's no getting out of it.
Well, and me coming from a Mennonite background, it was very faith plus works. That's had to be there, right? You could not have works and be saved, or even basically willingly sinning. You couldn't be doing that either.
Yeah, they're all into the willful sinning, and it's like you point out that, oh, you are all willful sinners. So what are you saying?
But that's
we don't willfully sin. We blah blah blah. Well, how clean are them thoughts? Well, those don't count. Yeah.
But that's where I came from, and I was really invested in it, even though I didn't really read the scriptures. I heard a lot about them. This was back probably before I was saved. I heard about these kind of arguments, and so then you just think of certain scriptures that you've heard, and it makes sense. Faith without works is dead, and fruits, and all these scriptures that people were giving. Yeah, you have to. No matter what, you have to. And then obviously James, faith without works is dead, being alone. But then when you actually start to read the scriptures yourself, it changes everything. Because how can that be if Romans 4:5 says, but to him that worketh not, but believeth on him that justifieth the ungodly, his faith is counted for righteousness.
Amen.
Him that worketh not, but faith without works is dead. How does this work? The Bible's not contradictory.
And then, and the key to understanding that is understanding what would be the problem with works. Yeah. Okay. And then you have to reverse engineer it. And that's what got me pretty well out of Seventh-day Adventism and all that stuff, is that, oh, okay, if I did work, that would be saying that I'm adding to what Jesus did, and that Jesus didn't pay everything. I still have to pay some more. He just put the down payment for me. I have to do the rest. Right. And that's blasphemy. So that's the logical conclusion that you come to, that is that God cannot allow you to put anything up there, because then God would be indebted to you. God would owe you salvation because of the works that you provided. There's a lot of logic involved in why you simply cannot work. The biggest thing, though, is just being the Bible says it, but you have to be able to understand it, because you do run into complicated ideas where it seems like the Bible might be contradicting. So you have to run through the logic as to why things are said the way that they are. And a big one as far as the works thing is like Christianity is the only non-works based religion, and some people do turn it into a work. And I will actually start arguing that that's better than not having anything. But you run into problems with people are insecure in their salvation, which is horrible.
Yeah.
And that's the real big problem. A person can still be saved in a works faith-based system, because you need faith, right? If you're adding works, hey, good. But what ends up happening then is people are worried about their salvation. They give up completely on God because they screwed up somewhere and they don't think God will forgive them. Until, you have to have that understanding that God's perfectly just, perfectly forgiving, paid the perfect sacrifice for sin. And there's nothing you can do because God sealed you. There is nothing that you can do. All you have to do is accept it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And
Amen.
you accept it. Now you're saved. Okay. Now be fruitful. Now go out and go do something now that you're saved. Right. And that's what you should be doing. And again, yeah, like I said, working through a lot of these things logically as to why God does what he does. Because God, what is truth? Truth is logic.
Yeah.
So God has to have a logical reason because God is truth. And once you find the logic in it, it's very, very. I don't think that you can be wrong, but you could be misinterpreting something. But it's hard to be wrong when you come to an argument or an understanding based on logic. You may misplace your logic and be wrong, but I'm thinking that I think your logic is going to win for the most part on all of these things, which is why, like, for me personally, dealing with these guys that are sinless perfectionists, guys that are work salvationists, guys that are lordship, all this junk, it's just so easy to dismiss because their logical argument is complete idiocy. Yeah. And then they get real scared because they say you're real close to blaspheming the Holy Ghost. And then the being work salvationists that they are, they get all scared. They're like, oh, that's unpardonable sin. Right. Because they need the rules and they need the schoolmaster there. Right. That's what they need. And, maybe that's maybe that they're okay in their work system because that's where God wants them to be. Right. Because if they weren't doing their works, they wouldn't be doing anything fruitful. Right. And that could be the case. That could be the case that a lot of these workspace systems based around Christianity exist is because some people just can't handle the freedom and of salvation. They need a guiding hand like that, where they're like, okay, you'll be a good person. Go out and go give to the poor, and then do your list of taking out trash and all this other stuff that you got to do. And then they can report back at the end of the week and see, look, I earned my salvation this week. I gave to the poor. I helped my neighbor mow his lawn. I took out the trash and I did this. And they go, all right, good boy. Some people might need that. But that is not the foundation of Christianity.
Yep, because here's what my shirt says: "For by grace are ye saved through faith, and that not of yourselves is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast." Ephesians 2:8-9. That's what it says on my shirt.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yep. Yeah, I got it off Amazon, and and Max, about those, sinless perfection teachers. A scripture that perfectly refutes it is 1 John 1:8, where it says, "If we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us."
Yeah, that's a very good one. Yeah, and if you don't know how to put those things in the proper context of certain things, then they'll run with that. They can twist anything, just like that.
Oh yeah, they definitely like to twist scripture because of their pride.
Yeah, it's 100% pride with those guys. Same with like Denlinger. Where it doesn't matter what scripture says, they will comb the book backwards and forwards to find something that supports their argument that they can. And it's all about, then it becomes, I'm a bigger Bible scholar with big boy pants than you are. Who are you?
That's just Brian being Brian. I'm an elder, you cannot rebuke an elder.
My flannel is 30 years old and I got suspenders and I'm right. I have a beard now too. That makes me smarter. Yeah.
To respond to Brother Tony's question there or statement, I do actually talk to a lot of them in my town because my town is like overwhelmingly Mennonite. So,
well, see, that's a good thing. None of them are wearing masks, right?
No, not very. You would see the odd one wearing a mask. It would be very rare, and that's maybe they're not even Mennonite. I don't even know them. So you just never know if they actually are.
They're just applying.
Yeah.
Application for the Mennonites.
Yeah.
Hey Frank, I'm just wondering, how far do you live from Maine?
Well, Maine is on top of Ontario, and Ontario to me is, certain parts of Ontario to me. Where would that be? I think Toronto is even further, but it's a full day's drive to. Where would that be? I don't know exactly where we went that one time when we went to Ontario. I just don't know where it was.
He's about 1,000 miles from you.
I see.
Yeah, it's
He's
24
straight up. He's straight up from Houston. About
Oh yeah, for sure. I'll tell you that.
because he. What do you, Frank? We figured it out like 3 or 4 hours from me or something. Maybe more than that.
Yeah, because you told me you live in Minnesota, right?
Yeah, basically Twin Cities area.
I see. I see. That's nice.
Oh yeah, okay. No, I think I live further away because I have to go into North Dakota. I'm about center of North Dakota. Like if I'm 20 minutes away from the border, and if we crossed in, we would cross in North Dakota, and then I would have to drive quite a ways actually to get to Minnesota.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how much, but
Well, anyways, you're in a pretty good community that's not gonna. You're never even gonna notice any of the New World Order crap going through your town. If it's all, I mean, seriously, if it's all based on a Mennonite culture and they're the ones who bring in all the money for everybody, they're not. No one's gonna do nothing. No one's gonna tell a Mennonite person to put a mask on.
Well, you would actually be kind of surprised. A lot of them that like the next generation of Mennonites out here, they have actually gotten a lot worse because they don't want to be Mennonite. They want no identification.
You want to know? You want to know why that is? Because those guys messed up and they gave their kids cell phones. I'm not kidding you, dude. That's what did it. And it's like you don't need I mean, talk about a grenade that you just handed your children. It's like you live in this closed society, tight-knit community where everybody works with their hands and tries to learn and contribute. And then you hand your kids a flipping cell phone and just destroy everything.
Yeah, that pretty much does destroy everything. Yeah. And it's sad, but you know, and the schools they require some of this stuff, and they allow you to have this stuff. It's just bad. It's just bad altogether.
Well, the best thing is not to have anything to do with the system.
Yeah.
So you're in that position now. Your kids are grown up.
System.
Well, the New World Order system is the government. It is everything. Okay.
Yep.
It is everything.
The one world government.
They talk about what do you think the beast system is? And it's like, what are you talking about? We've had the system for hundreds of years. Everything has been one world under one world rules ever since the international banks took over. I mean, it's point blank. You may think that that's not the case, but it is. And it's like people worrying about the mark of the beast and that they're going to start making their preparations for, oh, you think the vaccine's the mark of the beast? And I'm like, what are you worried about that for? They've been rolling that stuff in for the last 30 years. Yeah. And all of a sudden, now you're going to worry about a vaccine? It's a little late. It's a little late. You should have been cutting all them ties a long time ago. I mean, the Bible tells you it's going to happen. They start the whole thing where you have the terrorist 9/11 stuff, you know, going on. And it's like, at least at that point, you probably should have figured it's probably time to start, you know, maybe being a little self-sufficient. Yeah. Maybe. I mean, come on, guys. It's not like it was a secret takeover. I don't know. Even I had like, I didn't even have a place to live and I had storable food. That's how crazy I was.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I guess so far with the elections thing there, I don't know how this stuff works. For the Senate, it seems like Republicans are losing a little bit, but it's still time to gain some in the Senate seat. And the House, they're ahead. Republicans need plus 17, so they're ahead there.
Well, apparently a lot of the base people that, you know, work with their hands and are like real men and stuff aren't voting for Trump this time and are embarrassed they voted for him for the first time, which is why I said Biden could take it.
Well, that's just what doesn't make any sense.
Well, because, you know, the thing is that Biden is a softball candidate to Trump. Everybody knows it, where there's like absolutely no way that Biden could or Trump could lose to Biden. But a lot of people saw through Trump's BS. You know, I was blind to that too, where Trump was the guy who okayed all of the funding for the COVID stuff. And then he's going to go out on tour for politics and bash it, that all of these states are taking advantage of it. And it's like, wait a second, you're the one giving them the money. if you know this to be the case, why don't you stop giving them the money? So he's a total hypocrite. And a lot of people had saw that because, of course, I'm not involved in politics and I don't pay attention to it. But that was brought to my attention by a couple of people. And I'm like, oh, wow. Yeah, that's true. And they're from what they're reporting in very, very conservative areas that are like Mormons out in the wilderness and Mennonite guys, not Mennonites, but Amish people. Same difference, whatever. All of these tight-knit, community-driven groups that aren't either not voting or voting Biden just because they've got a beef with Trump now. So it could be, the thing is that you can't play politics, otherwise you lose your base, and you lose your base, you lost your election. So you at least have to throw people a bone.
Yeah. Well, and so many things with Trump's presidency, he was stonewalled in so many different areas, and his whole presidency was just one false accusation after another, right? He just never escaped anything, like investigations, and then he lost the House when he became president. Soon after, he lost the House. He had majority government.
Yeah,
all three houses.
It's pretty rare that you're ever going to see where it's actually majorities everything, because then you know who is at fault. And part of the two-party system, even though it's the same person pays for all of it, so it doesn't matter who you vote for. But if you have one side you can place all of the blame on, then by default, the other side's always going to win then. So if you got to mix, you always have to have a Republican Senate or Republican representatives and then liberal whatever else.
Yeah.
Right? Always. And then the president can be whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I saw with President Trump, and with even a lot of Democrats. Well, Democrats are more, they're going to do what they want to do and bring it out there, and they don't care what anybody says. That seems to be the Democrat mindset. But it seems like when Republicans get in there and they would have majority, they're always like, okay, then nothing happens, because they don't want to get blamed for everything, so they want to share the blame. So they're going to wait until they lose something, and then they can say, well, it's the other guy's fault, right? We tried, but nothing happened. Well, you had the House, the Senate, and the presidency. You could have done whatever you wanted, and you didn't.
Well, they get in there and start wars.
Yeah. But in a way, I think Trump should deserve another chance, and without any of this investigation, false accusations of all sorts of this stuff that was being said.
Come on now, Frank. Now you're talking like it means something.
Yeah, Frank, I can agree with you on that, bro. I'm being honest with you.
I just think that there is, if there is a chance that maybe this is all legitimate, then I think he should get another chance.
What is he supposed to do though? What is Trump actually going to do?
Well, yeah, that's just the thing. Is first of all,
is he gonna not take our rights away? Is that the best that we can hope for? Is someone who doesn't take our rights away? Someone who doesn't send us off to war? Is that the best we can hope for? What is he actually going to do that's going to be positive for the country? And what has any president done that's been positive for the country?
Well, you were in Bush's presidency, even as Bush's dad, right? And Bill Clinton launching a missile before he left his office. You've just been in wars and wars and wars constantly. George Bush Sr., Bill Clinton launched a rocket into somewhere and blew up a school, and Bush comes in, and then therefore now we have a war, and Obama started more wars in other places, and
Obama was the worst, bro.
Trump and Trump hasn't caused any wars anywhere.
That's because the Chinese backed down.
Well, the thing is though, is that speaks volumes. To me, it speaks volumes that this guy, he doesn't want to do wars, and I like that. But and then with the trades, I think he's doing very well on the trades, even though it might suck for me in Canada. But he's doing very well for trades, and I wish Canada would have somebody with a pair of brass, to be able to say no, start sticking up for Canadians and put Canada first. And if they're going to call it a free trade deal, make sure it's free. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what the word means, and we shouldn't be losing money to nobody if it's a free trade deal.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that was just the deal with people with because of free trade doing their manufacturings like in border towns and not paying taxes, tariffs, or anything like that. So everybody in the world essentially manufactures out of Mexico and China because they're in NAFTA.
yeah.
Even though they're not part of the agreement, it's still manufactured in China, so therefore qualifies for free trade, which was, it's just a new world order system because in their eyes, what's the point of having tariffs and trades when we want the whole world together, right? So that's what the whole thing is. And like I said, I don't think that any of that makes any difference whatsoever to me in my town, in my life. I could be wrong on that, but whatever happens in the White House doesn't make much difference. Trump's more entertaining.
Definitely.
You give him that, but
I can agree on that.
But so is Biden in the way that you just can't believe that the words that come out of his mouth.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely Trump is more entertaining.
He said he can't wait for Kamala Harris and his wife to come accompany him on his tour or whatever, presidential tour. He thought Kamala Harris was a dude. Meaning, like, do these people even know each other, or were they just stuck on the ballot together? Or is the guy so dementiated out that he doesn't know who his running mate is? Does he even know he's running for president? I mean, see, this is almost more entertaining than Trump.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and the thing is too is Biden actually called Trump Bush. He was like,
yes.
He was like, how senile are you, and why are people voting for you?
Well, he is. He's clinically senile. You can tell. And so I don't know. I would almost rather at this point have at least you can blame it on the guy's senile or dementia out when bad stuff happens. With Trump, what are you going to say?
Computer is having a little bit of issues. So if I all of a sudden get pushed out, just continue talking. I'll log back in.
All right.
It just warned me that my connection was weak. So
are you going to jump across the border and come vote for Trump?
You know what? If there was ever a civil war, I would try to make a deal and say, I'll fight, but then I want full American citizenship.
Yeah.
And I want first shot at Trudeau and be able to cross the border and have immunity.
There you go.
That would be my... Yeah. No, I definitely would move to the States. I think the States is so much better and pretty much in every way. I just don't understand why so many states don't just realize that. Get rid of the liberals, make sure and hold accountable every single person that you will hold accountable to the documents that were signed and the freedoms that you have, and they cannot infringe on those freedoms, and do whatever you want. You know, I just don't understand why they don't do that.
That's not the way the world works, man.
But that's their fallback. This like everybody's held accountable. Anybody in government is held accountable to these documents.
No. The American way is all about shifting blame, man. Everything, even in your job, dude. Everything is all about pushing the blame onto somebody else. That's the American way. It's not my fault. It's their fault. Yeah. It's been that way for 50 years. It's been that way since the 60s. Okay. Not my fault, it's their fault. And you can use examples about, how people do their jobs. All right. I talked about this too when I talked about masks in one of my videos. How people will not take any responsibility for anything, and they'll just go along to get along. And they'll wear the masks or put the masks on or whatever, because people are so weak that they expect everybody else to take ownership and responsibility of stuff. Yeah. And I was talking to my neighbor about that, how people can't handle a situation and there's no like men anymore. There's no one around to take charge. And he's like, yeah, when I managed whatever he did, he said he had a supervisor. There was always a problem with people leaving a mess in the break room, and it was always this one person all the time, right? And finally, he got sick of it, and he told the guy, he says, look, you're in charge of the area. Why don't you handle the situation, right? So he comes back a week later, and the place is still a mess, right? And he goes to the guy, I thought you're going to take care of that. And he goes, well, I put up a sign. So that's how he took care of the situation, is he put up a sign that says everyone needs to be sure to pick up after yourself, right? Be sure to pick up after yourself. Why did you put up a sign for everybody when you know who is doing it? And instead of actually having a confrontation with the person to say, look, stop leaving your shit all over the place. Just stop. Right. No, you put up a sign for everybody and put everybody under that curtain, and the sign is anonymous. Like the sign has authority over anything. So that is a supervisor who refuses to take any sort of authority over anything. And let me guess, if someone ripped that sign down and marched up to him and said, is this talking about me? That person would cower and run away and go, oh, no, this is for everybody, and then make up excuses. And that's the sad state of what America is. No responsible for anything. A bunch of little children run everything. And everybody wants mommy and dad there at the White House to make the country a good place, and everyone wants good old Dr. Fauci to give them, the right medical advice, and everybody depends on everything, because then when their kids are all autistic and they're all overweight from junk food and stuff like that, then they can blame somebody else. They can go, it's not my fault. They said the shot was safe, right? And it doesn't matter how nonsensical it is, and they know it's bad. It doesn't matter. They have an excuse. They have an out. You don't have to take responsibility over anything you do because you're a baby with a lollipop driving around in a Buick, and you've got 2 boats in the driveway and you're $500,000 in debt. Hey, that's what it is. That is America, right?
Yeah.
No responsibility.
No, Max.
Yeah,
Because the vaccine, it's a trap, bro. It's a trap towards the mark of the beast.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, well, by the time the actual mark is out, no one's gonna care, because we ain't gonna be here, and the people in that system are gonna be lined up around the block to get it, and that's just how it is. And then people will say, how are you gonna get around? How can Christians could be damned to hell if they take the mark? It's like, it's gonna be so obvious at that point. So obvious. All the Christian has to do at that point not to take the mark is not get in line. As in the literal line, like you're going to a movie theater of all the people excited to take it. Like when the new iPhone comes out, all the Christian has to do is not be in that line. Okay. And then they're not getting the mark. So how difficult is it really going to be? These people that can't buy or sell, that actually understand and read the Bible and understand what is going on, they're going to know what it is.
Right.
They're not going to be damned to hell. They only know exactly what it is.
Yeah, because the Holy Spirit is guiding them.
Of course, just like it is right now. We got the Holy Spirit at that point in time. Who knows how that's going to work? Because we're taken out of here with all that. So could be, possibly, maybe. I don't know. I just know that there's people that are here that are saved that go through tribulation. But, they come in late. And I don't know how all that works. But, yeah, the whole mark of the beast thing, I think, is comical. It's like, what, you're worried about Satan now with the mark of the beast? Where were you 20 years ago?
Yeah.
And how much
Than Max?
Huh?
It's better now than never.
It is better now than never. But if people call themselves Christians and they're like massively in debt, what are you doing? I mean, you're begging to be taken advantage of by the system. You can't blame anybody. You can't call to God to help you with your bills when you like stepped in it yourself. Right. Repeatedly. I mean, God could bail you out for bad decisions and mistakes and stuff. But if you just keep doing it over and over, like you buy a house for $100,000 with $10,000 down, and that's all the money you got. Your first house, fine. Well, now your house goes up to being worth $200,000. So you decide you're going to move, and rather than buying a $200,000 place because you could pay cash for it, you're going to buy a $2 million place because interest rates are good, right? And that's the American way. I can afford the monthly payment. That's how Americans think. When they say I can afford something, they are thinking about the monthly payment. They're not thinking about buying it. And to me, that idea is completely foreign to the Bible and completely foreign to my mentality growing up and my father's mentality. But we're like the 1%ers. Okay. We're like the 1% of people out there that do not see a monthly payment as I can afford it. unless you're talking about like heating bill or something that you have to pay if you're in a city. A credit card bill. I mean, come on. It's like, if you look at it that way, that's like emergency money on a credit card when you're thinking I can afford the minimum payment, like a house. Well, yeah, I can take out, a loan for 400,000 as opposed to 100,000 because interest rates are good, and I can afford the minimum payment. That's just stupid. What are you going to do with a 12-bedroom house? And like 8 garage stalls. Is that one for each of your Buicks and boats? I mean, it's dumb. Yeah. Anyways, I don't have a whole lot of money, and I make basically zero almost every year. I squirrel a couple of nuts and pennies away, but pretty much what we get goes into groceries and just paying bills and it kind of sort of existing. But we're still doing okay, and we're way below poverty line, right? Well, how is that even possible? No debt. I don't have much. I don't live in much, but I'm not in debt to anybody. So whatever I get is mine, right? And not everybody can do that. Or when they're woken up to the fact that, hey guys, you're spending all this money towards a house that you don't own, and you've also agreed to do all the maintenance on that house. Matter of fact, you don't have any idea who owns your house if you pay a mortgage. You're paying all the taxes for that building. And you're doing all the maintenance, changing all the light bulbs, all doing everything, and you have nobody to call if there's a problem ever, and you have insurance on it. Somebody else owns that building until you pay it off. Somebody else owns it, and you're taking care of it. You're a fool, right? But that is the way that it has to be done. But you got to go into that understanding that. And then once you're awake to it, it's like, oh, man, I got to get rid of some of this debt. And, if you have to go in and get a mortgage, most people do, right? Understand, getting rid of that mortgage is like number one, because then it's very hard to hold anything over you. The job can't keep you a slave. Huh?
I'm going to be right back.
Sure. Your job can't keep you a slave because you've got a place to live. How much does it, just affording like electricity and water and stuff for a house is almost nothing if you own the house, right? So you have your debt taken care of, and you're free, right? Just like getting saved. You're free. It's a point that you don't have to worry about it anymore. If you're paying for a house that you can just barely afford the minimum payment on, and you have a hiccup at your job with COVID or something, you're in some real trouble. And when you're talking a 30-year mortgage, you have to presuppose that life is going to be great for the next 30 years. And, I don't understand the mentality of that. It's completely foreign to me, but that is the American way.
That's just what you've very commonly seen, because as things started to get better in America and started to become more richer, and people started, creating things. And I think that's just the danger of it all is that part of it. But at the same time, it produced so much for everybody. But I understand, definitely don't go into a lot of debt. And if you are in a lot of debt, try to figure out a way to get rid of that. Sell what you have that's keeping you down, right?
Well, I mean, not only that, it's just like in excess. I mean, if there's things that you need that you have to go into debt for, I don't think there's a huge problem, but you have to be aware of it going into it. I am going into debt, not just thinking about, oh, that's just a monthly payment. It's like thinking, okay, there is never going to be a point where I'm not a debt slave is just the mentality of that, where all the time, I've never known anybody that paid their house. I'm the only guy. Okay, that I've known that actually paid off the house.
Yeah.
Right. And I never had a mortgage, but I'm the only person other than barring my dad. And I think he paid cash for the house when he built it too. So I don't think he ever had a mortgage, but everybody else that I've ever known has either lost their house because they decided not to pay the mortgage, or they sold it so that they could take equity that they had in it at 10% interest or whatever, and turn around and buy something 4 times the size that they don't need.
Yeah.
That's been every single person that I've ever known has done that.
Yeah. Even myself, if I really thought about it, I could have been smaller, but it's like, okay, you have 2 kids. Yeah, you could cram them into one room and they would be fine. Then they start to grow up, and then they want their own room, and Okay, so then you build according to that. Now it's like, okay, but they're getting to the age where they could possibly get married, they could possibly move out. Now, what do I want with this house? It just doesn't make any sense to me to keep this. Like, what do I want with this place?
Yeah.
I've got a basement that I don't really need, and I just need basically a one-level home with a one-bedroom and a bathroom for me and my wife once my kids are out.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing.
Yeah.
Is you try not to get things that are in excess unless you have plans for it. I mean, obviously you need a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom place if you're planning to have a family. It's just kind of like your standard thing. But there are people, that's the ideal actually, but there are people that do it with less than that. The neighbors across the way from us are pretty new, and they got 3 kids, 2 dogs. They may even have 4 kids over there. And I've been in that house, and it's a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house.
Well,
And I was talking to him today, and he said he came from a 2-bedroom apartment, right? So, you've got your living quarters are cramped, and everyone's kind of sharing space and stuff. But if you get used to it like that, I mean, it's a nice house. It just for me, even someone like me is looking at it like, boy, that's got to be pretty tight in there. But people can do it, and people don't know what they're capable of unless they're tested, right? And you're never tested if you have unlimited debt money and unlimited whatever. They send you. When I was growing up, they'd send credit cards like every day. When I was in my early 20s, you're the same age, aren't you?
I'm what?
You're the same age, aren't you? You're like 40.
Oh yeah, I'm 40 years old. Yeah.
Right. So I don't know about Canada, but in America, when I was like 20 to 25-ish in there, I get a new credit card sign up thing like every day in the mail. Back when they used to send them out. Maybe I was special, but in America, they'd send them out. As soon as they knew that you graduated high school, they'd be sending them things to you constantly.
Yeah.
I'm 21, just so you know.
Yeah.
You're 21, okay.
Can you pull up the Shepherd's Ambassador comment about the mark of the beast? Because guess what? I fully agree with his comment. I'll tell you that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can pull that up.
See, RFID chip, yes. I believe 100% that microchips are the mark of the beast. At these RFID microchips, they are the mark of the beast. I can definitely fully 100% agree with that. Because, it goes in your right hand or in your forehead. Like other versions say on, but the King James says in. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. It could very well be. It could definitely very well be the mark of the beast. Something along that line. Something that can be scanned, because it's so technology these days that it has to be something that can be scanned.
Yep, I believe 100% that it's gonna be the RFID microchip that is gonna be the mark of the beast.
I'm along the lines of a tattoo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm on the lines from a tattoo because it is a mark. And when you're talking about something that could be scanned, yes. But I am thinking of something that could be scanned from like a camera, looking at like instead of face recognition, it shoots the mark.
Okay, but how would it recognize your account then? Like your bank account or whatever that it's supposed to read, Or would it be that you still have other things? It's just
QR codes, right?
You say what?
You know what a QR code is, right?
No, I don't think so.
Like when somebody is advertising something, they have this thing in the corner with a big bunch of squares, and you zap it with your smartphone, and it automatically, yeah, that's a QR code. If you have a mark like that has some kind of a code on it, you can take a picture of it, and the computer will recognize it like face recognition and automatically pull it up. I'm talking about, because there's not going to be scanner. I mean, there's not, when you go to purchase something in a store, sure, it could be a scanner. But I'm thinking about how are they going to read people's marks and know who people are through a camera system?
Yeah.
And that's what I think of, is that it'd have to be visible. And it's also going to be like the mask, because you want people to turn each other in. That's the whole point, because there's not enough grabblers in society. Like right now, you talk about the New World Order taking over. Well, the New World Order is the people. All right. I'm just, it's not the dirty government. No, it's the people are the New World Order who are complacent and are championing on the government. Because if we didn't want it, it wouldn't be happening. The people want it. The people are so baseless and immoral now, they need the government to do this stuff. They need the government. I mean, that's it. So we're going to have the society just like there's a hotline now for people to call up there. So-and-so's not wearing a mask, right? All of these little things.
That's cool.
The mark has to be something visible.
I would almost think so too, because you have to recognize these people. You can't just, if it's in and it's not visible at all, it makes sense because, yeah, like how do you turn these people in? You don't know. They could have it. You just don't know what that. But if it's something visible, definitely they could rat you out. You know, yeah, it makes perfect sense that it would be some kind of a visible thing that.
Yeah, and a chip might be part of it. I mean, they have they have a new vaccine thing now that is like a Band-Aid almost. It's like a Band-Aid vaccine that has little hypodermics in it that they can do a lot with. That's a Bill Gates thing.
Yeah, we'll do Watchmen. We'll definitely, everybody, if you guys can, definitely keep Brother Chad's daughter in your prayers. So definitely do that. But yeah, it makes sense. I think this thing that was on the table, I never knew what it was for. I had no idea. I was like, this is kind of weird. Why would it have that on there? And then one of my friends told me that you scan your iPhone on there, and then it brings up the menu of the restaurant.
Yep.
And you can just find whatever's on the menu. Just directly there. And I was like, wow, that's interesting. I never heard of that. But that's interesting. And they can make a tattoo. Maybe some kind of a computerized tattoo that could scan something. That's visible, but yet a tattoo.
Well, yeah, with tattoo, they've already done it with inks where they've like they're not computer chips in the ink, but they interact with computers. Like as long as you have something that's it can be a receiver or something like that, you can have a tattoo that has your bank account information. It could just be a picture of a bird tattoo, right? But it actually has your bank account information in the ink. And that technology has already existed. There's a lot of things like that. It's just funny because, you know, whatever the Bible says that's going to happen is what's happening. And whether or not that they're actively trying to design things that are exactly what the Bible says or what, I don't know, but it's pretty fun. Yeah, they got the reactive tattoo for sure.
Yeah. Well, even with Brother Chad here, I don't know. If you're in the army and then they want you to do stuff, could she say no? Like, is there a way that they can override her constitutional rights? That's one thing I would like to know. Is there any way that the army could override that? I don't know how that all works.
There is a way where you can do that.
Yeah, I would imagine too, because you can't overstep somebody's constitutional rights.
Yeah, don't have any rights when you're in the army.
You know, like they can, like just like the government, they can strongly imply that you wear the mask, but they can't make you wear a mask.
Say it's the same as anything else. They make you by other means. They can't forcibly inject you with anything, but they can make your life miserable, like shipping you to Siberia or something if you don't. That sort of thing. I'm not kidding. That's what they do.
Yeah, I know.
But the reality of the situation is that because it's a debt-based system and people are persons, they're not human blood, flesh and blood men and women. The Constitution does not exist, dude. It doesn't. So the little piece of paper that has your name on it, right? Your birth certificate, the government owns that when you're in the army. So they can do whatever they want to with you. That's just how it is. But they have to give lip service to rights and all of these things. And they can't physically harm you. And a vaccine is like a physical harm thing. I don't know what their deal is with pills and their thing out there on that, but it's like they basically say, if you want this job and if you want to be in the army and you don't want to be disorderly or something, and they charge you with some nonsense crime, then you need to take this. And then if you say no, then they just make life really rough on you and kick you out of the army with a dishonorable discharge. Yeah. I mean, if she wanted to get out, though, she could just say she's pregnant and they kick her out. Not a big deal.
Yeah, there's one way, yeah. Okay, so what is the difference? Like, what is a dishonorable discharge? What happens if you get that?
It's on your paperwork. So if people do a background search on you, it says dishonorable discharge, which is actually
Oh.
it's like having a felony almost,
Oh wow.
where it can completely disqualify you from certain kinds of work. Most of the time, you really have to screw up bad to get that. Most of the time, when they want to get rid of people, they just give them general discharge. And to give you an example of the kind of things you have to do to get a general discharge, I mean, a dishonorable discharge is basically like, raping somebody or something. I mean, obviously it's going to depend on the commander or whatever, but I knew a guy who was in the Navy in the 90s, early 90s. And he caused the ship, the ship does portage and port all over the world, and then they go out for 3 or 4 months. Well, every time that the ship would pull up to port in some country, he would quote unquote forget to make it back to the ship on time. So they'd have to literally fire up a helicopter and go pick him up.
Wow.
Right? Or turn the ship around to go get him for one guy. And there's like many thousands of people on an aircraft carrier. So this guy got away with it 3 times because he wanted to get kicked out, and he could have been charged with everything. He could have been given the fuel bill for the helicopter and all sorts of stuff, because you're supposedly supposed to be responsible for your cost to the military. Yeah. So all of that, he didn't get a dishonorable discharge. They general discharged him. He said, I just don't want to be in the military. They general discharged him. I mean, that's pretty severe. When you're talking, I'm just going to be non-compliant and have them have a crew with a helicopter come pick him up from a foreign country. I mean, but yeah, general discharge, not dishonorable.
Huh.
I mean, different branches might work that way, and Navy is pretty lax, but to me, it'd be like, yeah, that's definitely a dishonorable discharge.
Yeah. Well, you can see your back hurts. It seems to work for most people.
There you go. There you go. My back hurts.
Yeah. And, that's the one thing is with back problems, you can never detect them. Like, you really can't. Doctors can't say, well, you don't. And
anyone that says they can is a liar.
Yeah.
And same thing with like broken ribs and stuff too, because I've had that, and they said, yeah, we can't, we give you, they gave me a chest x-ray, and I'm like, well, I'm pretty sure all these ribs are cracked. And they're like, yeah, well, they really actually don't show up on an x-ray. And I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, ribs don't show up on an x-ray. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, thanks for wasting my time. But of course, they don't tell me that before I get an x-ray, right? They want to bill my insurance. That's all an insurance scam too. All fraud. Yeah, you think you broke your ribs? We'll take a chest x-ray. Well, are they broken? I don't know. It doesn't pick up ribs on an x-ray. Oh, okay.
It kind of would explain. Well, no, because my dad's was more like the shoulder area. They took an x-ray of the shoulder. Oh, no, they didn't. They just looked at the shoulder and they just figured, no, there was nothing wrong with it. And then my dad, like, it's just hanging here.
Busted collarbone, probably.
Yeah, he did. And it was like, it's just, then they figure, okay, hold this. And then he held it and his arm just went even further down. And they're like, oh.
Yeah. They can see like arm bones and leg bones and stuff, but your ribs are all cartilage.
Yeah.
So what ends up, you look at it and you can see just a couple of inches on the side of they can see your spine and a couple of inches of the ribs on your spine, and all the rest of it's flexible cartilage. So it doesn't show up. It's all, everything is pretty hazy in there. You can see some stuff, but you're not going to see any fractures or anything.
Yeah. And I guess, I don't know. I honestly don't know how that kind of stuff works there in the States with the Army. I don't even know how the Canadian Army actually works. But it's a tough decision, I guess. What's the most that can happen to her if she refuses? Like, would she be dishonorably discharged or just let go?
Well, they're going to threaten all of that. That's what I mean. My brother went through the same kind of thing, and I'm like, they're testing and trialing all of these drugs that don't work. And he's like, yeah, well, he is a very much a go along to get along guy. And he's like, yeah, but he knows what happens when you refuse him. And it's like, you don't get promoted anymore. Then they send you someplace you don't like. And, that's how it is. It's considered without doing anything against your rights, you're still not going along with the program. And if they have one dissenter, one person who's not going to do it, then you've got other people, who look up to people who are strong, right? And if they agree with you, you're going to have a lot more falling like bricks that say, no, I'm not taking that stuff either. Next thing you know, you got a whole platoon of people. So that's how you have to deal with that stuff. And that's kind of understandable. And like that is honestly how a lot of people are controlled, is they just tell out stories, horror stories of this and that happening. Like with the mask stuff, the horror stories of businesses getting $10,000 fines. None of that's true. None of that's ever happened. Horror stories about people threatening you to put a mask on and all this stuff. And it's like, none of that's true. None of it ever happens. It's just things stories people fantasize about what could happen, and then they put themselves in a state of fear, and they assume they're going to get harassed when they go into a Walmart or something. And it's not true. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, Max, because what I heard is that they trying to convert Walmarts into some FEMA camps or some stuff. That's what I heard.
Well, Chad put up a video where they put up a movie theater inside the Walmart parking lot. So like they're losing enough customers where they're no longer filling their parking lot. So they're turning it into a FEMA movie theater. And, that's kind of interesting.
Hey, just don't take my word for it, but that's what I heard, to be honest. Like, they're trying to
yeah, well, there's a lot of, I'll tell you this too, is like being a part of the beast system is there's also counterintelligence and counter psyops. So you've got the mainstream psyop that's for everybody who watches TV 12 hours a day or does something equally useless. And you've got that one. And then you've got the psyop for the people who are sort of woke. And that's where the politics comes into the play, where the people are like acting like they're fighting for you and they know it's dumb and all this and that. And then you've also got the psyop for the people who are the gloom and doomers and your Alex Jones types. Okay. And so there's a multi-level psyop.
Who's Alex Jones?
Alex Jones. He's a guy that just sells fear porn. That's really about all there is to him.
I see.
His only real claim to fame is that he was always adamant about the 9/11 being an inside job deal. And
I can believe it was an inside job for sure.
Yeah, it was. It's what do you call it? A logical fact at this point. Yeah, but
it's an inside job.
Who is the insiders? Nobody knows. Who is the people? Who is the ultimately responsible for it? Nobody knows. What is an absolute fact is that your story that they tell you as headline news is not true. But that's the same with everything else too. Your main story, almost certainly, if you see it on CNN or Fox, is not true, regardless of what's going on.
I see. Yeah, another inside job was. Did you hear about former NBA player Kobe Bryant's death? That was an inside job for sure.
Well, he's probably not even dead.
Really?
No, I think he just wanted to retire out of the limelight.
I guess, but honestly, I believe his death was, an inside job for sure as well.
Well, like I said, sure, but when you've got Simpsons, showing that he's gonna die in a plane crash of all things, Kobe Bryant, years before the time, that was the setup for, hey, we're gonna disappear Kobe. Now, of all people to kill, if there's any nefarious ideas or plans, why would you kill a basketball player?
Yeah, I see.
So no, Kobe just got sick of being famous. And if there's anything behind that, that's all there is to it. Especially if it was just him and his family and supposedly on the chopper and nobody else died. So I don't know. I'm not a basketball enthusiast and don't know much about it, but there's a few stars where it looks very much like they just decided they didn't want to be in the limelight. I mean, what do you think happened to that Epstein dude? You think that he was in suicide watch and mysteriously was still able to kill himself?
Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah. I mean, obviously they let that guy out.
So what happened with him overall? I don't know too much about him.
Well, he runs this pervert island where all the bigwigs go and hang out, and they actually nailed him on some of that stuff he was engaged in. And then they moved him over to isolation and anti-suicide thing where you're watched 24 hours a day in a little room where you can't hurt yourself. And apparently he killed himself in there. And there is no cameras and no nothing, which, you know, that's not how jails work. It just isn't. I mean, they obviously put him in the suicide watch room to make sure that nobody got him out. And it didn't matter because the bigwigs own the prisons, own the state, own the everything. So yeah, it doesn't matter. Fake his death, call it good. So yeah, I mean, it happens.
Hold on one sec. Oh yeah, and so I remember this video you made. Okay, it's like a series of videos of you just imitating Brian Denlinger. Dude, that was funny, bro.
Yeah, I had some good times with that. I haven't, you know, he was doing some very nefarious things to me. So, you know, I knew that a narcissist man like that is the best way to get him is to make fun of him and have a good time, because that would really get him. Because what am I going to do? I mean, I could have sued the guy and I could have done this, that, and I'm like, I could hurt him even worse.
I want to hear your side of the story because, dude, that guy lies his mouth off all the time.
Oh, of course. But again,
he lies his own teeth, bro.
I played a video of him. I played several of them, but one in particular where I was talking about the lies of Denlinger. Could even be named that, right? And I was just going to play, it was a short video. I was just going to play the thing all the way through it and make commentaries about where exactly he's lying. And I made it 15 seconds. And he lied about what he said 15 seconds ago at the start of the movie, or start of the video. So he stated something at the very beginning of his video, and then he lied 15 seconds about what he said 15 seconds later. It was like, I couldn't believe it because I didn't see it until I watched the video again to make commentary. And I'm like, oh, wow, he lied within the first 15 seconds. He didn't even make it a minute. I would have thought it'd make it a minute, but no. And, you know, the people that follow him and his spiel is for the same people that don't want any responsibility over themselves, and they want daddy.
Yes,
and people like Denlinger exist for that purpose. Every normal, sane, logical people can look at him and go, oh, he's a narcissistic little baby who doesn't want to do anything. He wants to be looked up at as somebody who is power, but he hasn't done anything in his life to actually earn any respect or power at all. So how can he fake it? I know, I'm going to pretend I'm a great religious mind, right? And he can do that now with YouTube and all that. And, you know, good for him, but that's what he is. He's a charlatan. It's not really worth wasting a whole bunch of time at. I have a personal thing with that guy. But that's all he is. And he's a little comedian with his little hat and his little suspenders or whatever. And so I just showed everybody what he was. This is who he is. And, you know, he hasn't let me down in all these years. He's been exactly what I expected.
Yeah, he's a little Vatican on the prairie. That's what I'll call him.
Yeah, well, I'm just amazed that the guy's even still doing videos, because I figured for sure once he got his house, then he's just going to be done. But yeah. I guess he wants to milk it a little bit longer. He doesn't want to get up off that couch yet. Well, you know, again, that also goes back to the mask thing. It just goes to show you how easily people are duped and how they'll throw money at anything that makes them feel better, you know.
Yeah. I don't know exactly who's winning the election right now. Oh, yeah, Biden is still winning. And it's amazing how the states works. Like, I thought it was pretty even, but it seems like it looks pretty red, and Biden's winning.
Yeah, that's because a couple of states are basically like 4 states in one.
Yeah.
Like you look at the Midwest, where all of the only people who work in the country and have honest jobs are right in all those red areas.
Yeah.
And all the people that are living off trust funds are all in those blue areas. Those people that have like never worked a day in their life. Hey, look, Maine's on that list. So, you know, that's what you got. And unfortunately, all of the people in those red areas that are doing all the work for everybody else, there's not a whole lot of them. A very small percentage of the populace. Those are like the least populated areas of the country. And because of that, that's what happens. You pretty much need the entire center of the country is red, but it doesn't matter because California and the East Coast is all blue. Texas will probably go blue too. Without Texas, I don't think it'd ever be a Republican country ever.
I think
Because
Texas will still go red. I'm still convinced it will go red.
Yeah, I believe Texas will go.
I think it's going to go more like pink.
Yeah,
Right.
oh, man, that's a tough one.
Or
Because,
Michael.
yeah, if a lot of people are moving there, it could very well just start to change. And I think that ultimately that's probably one of the plans is get these Democrats to move all over the place so that they change people's minds. But I don't know how the voting things are going. Like, how are is there any news on the voting places that people go to? Is there trouble there, or what's going on in those places?
Well, everybody is all masked up and their machines don't work very well, apparently. I don't know if Amy is still listening. She went to one of them, I think, or was talking to somebody who went to one. She did her thing through mail, so she's a good little citizen. Yeah, I mean, who knows? I mean, it's not like we have one big building that everybody in the state goes to. It's like every little tiny district has a voting location, so they're all going to be different. You could be voting at a 7-Eleven, one place, or you might be going to the library, the next zone, or yeah, it all depends on where you're at. But yeah, everyone's all huffing and puffing on their mask and getting her done.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just know that we're looking at like months of people saying fraud and all this other stuff with the election. It doesn't matter who wins. And it's going to be like they do every year. It seems they do this every year. Oh, well, so-and-so won the popular vote. It's like that's happened so many times that the whole thing is rigged, right? It's happened like 4 or 5 times that the candidate who lost won the popular vote. And it's like the statistical chance of that happening. We actually did that in like 10th grade when we were studying social studies, when we were studying this. It's super rare, right? To like 1 in every 10 elections might have something like that because of extenuating circumstances. And we've had a whole bunch now. And it's like, now they're totally rigged. Totally rigged.
Hey, Max, around what years were you in like high school? I'm just wondering, bro.
96.
Oh, you graduated 96?
Yep.
I see. 17.
Yeah.
Yep. What about you, Frank?
I think it was 97.
So was that 20 years before you? Yeah, 20 years. Wow. Thanks for making us feel old.
Yeah.
I'm definitely the youngest out of all y'all, for sure. Young but up and coming.
Where's my opium and my weather channel? Oh, my weather channel and my opium.
Oh, glory goes to God. Amen.
94. Watchman graduated 94. Wow. And he says Texas won't go blue, so I'm holding you to it. I'm holding you to it, Chad. You better have done your part. Fight the system.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing is not to fight the system because the Bible it is what it is, guys. I mean, it's not going to go anywhere. And the simple thing is that the system is voluntary, right? It's voluntary. If you want to be a part of it, go be a part of it. But you can't complain about it if you're a part of it. You can't. If you're trying to distance yourself from it and you're working your ways to get out of it, and looking at where you're vulnerable to becoming a slave to the system. And that's what people are. And the reason that they follow it and they put up with nonsense is they're a slave to it. And that's it. Now, if you got a million insurance plans and you got this huge mortgage that you can't pay and you have to work 50 hours a week and you have to put up with nonsense from people because you got to pay them bills, it's like, you got to kind of reevaluate a little bit. And, your insurance plan is God. Okay. That's it. You don't need any insurance plan.
Yeah, definitely. At the end of the day,
But the whole point, this whole thing of like works, right, is blessings from God. You're supposed to be out there bearing fruit and doing good things, and you get blessings from God. And then you get the other things. You die with the world if you become part of the world. Now, that doesn't mean lose your salvation. It means you're going to go through some stuff, okay? You're going to be right down there when God is judging the wicked, and you're right down in there. You're going to have to deal with all of that. You know, I don't think Lot's insurance paid for his house that got burned down. Okay, I don't think so. He lost his house, had to go live in a cave. He lost everything he had. Right. That's because he wanted to live among the wicked for whatever reason. And that's what happens. You want to become part of the system, be in the system. You are going to get judged with the system. You might get ferried out of there and you're still going to heaven, but there's going to be some suffering in there because those people are getting judged.
Yeah, I think too, like, they're going to be in this, like, if you would have more Christians voting, I don't think we would have the people that we have running in office.
Of course, because the people are people.
Like, Donald Trump would not have won the Republican nominee had more Christians voted. They would have gotten more of a Ted Cruz or whoever else there was as an option. I wouldn't want that other Bush guy to get in, but you would have had the Ted Cruz. You would have had Ben Carson. Even though Ben Carson's no better, he's a Seventh-day Adventist, but
Seventh-day Adventists are light years ahead of just about every Christian denomination there is.
Yeah.
And you can get totally saved through the Adventist system, right? It's totally, there's nothing wrong with them guys. If you don't want to go to church on Saturday, guess what? You're not a Seventh-day Adventist. If you want to go to church on Saturday, go hang out with them. There's your big difference. But those guys, you know, the importance and the good thing about works is the reminder that you should be doing something with yourself. And the importance about being in a community like that is people will keep you in line when you're messing up. Right. And people need that. All right. As much as I hate to say it, people need a rule structure, which is why I'm kind of not saying much of anything about most cults, because a lot of people need that stuff. When they start worrying about their salvation and get mixed up in that, okay, that's a problem. But you know, just because someone wants to thinks Sunday is the mark of the beast, like the Adventists do, just because they want to believe that doesn't going to damn them to hell.
Wow, they think that's very, very, very weird doctrine, to be honest. Saying that Sunday is the mark of the beast, that's really some weird doctrine, to be honest.
It's logical, though. It's not true, but I shouldn't say that it's logical. It is coherent. Okay. And that's the thing, is that I don't beat up cults that much as long as their doctrine is coherent. But if they're incoherent, then yeah, like sinless perfectionist guys, it's like, no, your doctrine is completely incoherent.
Yep.
People that have salvation, dispensational salvation, that's an incoherent doctrine. Someone that says they believe that the 10 commandments should never be broken, and these were commandments given by God, and Saturday worship is on there, and they want to follow Saturday worship, that's coherent. Okay. Now you go in deeper and you go, well, the cross nullified the law, and that's all just a theological argument. On the very basis of it, here is God's commandment, we're going to follow it. Okay? And that's a coherent thing. They're wrong, but sure. They're not going to hell because they worship stuff on Saturday. They have that interesting quirk of, they're saying that everybody knows the Catholic Church is the Antichrist system. I mean, the Catholic Church themselves say, hey, we're the Antichrist system. And people still give them money. I don't know. There's a lot more I can get into with that, but wow. Everybody knows this stuff. And as far as like people and their worship and things, is like, you really don't have to worry too much about the Adventists. And, you know, I think Pentecostals are worse. And most people would say that they're a Christian organization, but yeah, all of these people are all got their little flavors. And, yeah, until they step into like Mormon land where they're going to become gods of other planets and stuff, I don't know. They can do what they want to do. That's just social clubs. I look at it like that. Yeah, they're definitely not sinless perfectionists, and they're not true work salvation, lordship salvationists. But they like to go do their thing on Saturday, and then you point out the fact that they can never actually do the commandment, and then they kick you out.
So, Ayo Max, about brother Jeremy Carter. I think his channel name is like Rod of Iron. I think he definitely made a bunch of videos like exposing all these sinless perfection teachers, and he did a very great job on that.
Yeah, he used to be one of them.
Interesting.
Yeah, he does some good stuff on that. He has a unique eye to being involved in all of that. He was in the Denlinger camp for a while too.
We're just wondering, both of y'all were right.
I wasn't as hoorah sis boom ba. I wasn't one of his like wingmen. Jeremy was his wingman. Like he was the number 2 Denlinger cult guy. Yeah, and all of Denlinger's wingmen have since fallen away. But I was a supporter of the guy.
I see.
I got some inheritance, and I sent him money. I help him out, and yeah, I supported him.
I just want to share something with you, Max. Is that earlier this year, it was around June or something like that, I was this close to joining Brian Denlinger's cult, but then after realizing that his cult-like behavior, where he calls like everyone who disagrees with him lost, or where they don't fit his own standards, he calls them lost. See, like that's the cult mentality that you just gotta like run away from. So that's
and as far as I know, he doesn't have an admissions joining thing. He doesn't send you special underwear in the mail to put on. So there's no such thing as joining an internet church. Okay, it doesn't exist. There is not a thing like that. Becoming a member in something is like for local people, like-minded ideas. A lot of times it's a church, but it doesn't have to be. That would be joining a group, not watching some guy on the internet. Okay, there's no Frank cult. Okay, so
hey Frank, if you have a cult, I guess I'm your number 1 wingman.
Denlinger, right? Denlinger, we give Denlinger a lot more than what he actually deserves by even calling him a cult. Really, it's just a crazy guy who's lazy and doesn't want to. He wants other people to pay for his stuff, and that's it. Because like actual cult leaders, they act just like Brian, but they're actually very motivated people. Because the more notoriety they get, the more it feeds their ego. So that really motivates them to go out there and really spread their cultness all over the place. You look at like Scientology and a lot of these things that are set up to really, really get that ego pumping. Where Brian is just too lazy for that. He doesn't, the great thing about Brian is that he is so lazy because then his little nutcase ideas don't get out there. And once they shut YouTube down for religion, then he's gone permanently. I mean, literally permanently. No one's ever going to remember Brian Denlinger the second he is off YouTube.
I mean, how many subscribers does he have? Like what, 30 or 40K, something like that?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He could have 2 million subscribers. No one will remember Brian Denlinger the day he's off YouTube because he has no plan, no backup plan. It's so irrelevant to him about his ministry surviving through anything that he just doesn't do it. And he says, well, it's in the hands of God. Right? That's all he does. And because he's too lazy. So look at someone like me who would be in a position like that. If I could afford it, I'd of course would have a website with every single one of my videos up there for free archive, because yes, it is almost free to do that nowadays. And for not a whole ton of money. And if my entire livelihood, like Brian's, would revolve around donations and putting out content and messages and actually having a full-time ministry, well, yeah, I'd have a website where all of my content would be available, regardless what happened to YouTube. You'd be able to find me on BitChute. You'd be able to find me on all these other different platforms all over the place, because you know what? All of my day would be spent dealing with my ministry.
I see.
Old Brian wants to sit in front of a camera for an hour or 2 a week and tell you all that you're lost and send him money. And because of that, I am thankful. Because he is such a sloven, lazy man. Because we're never going to get the Brian Denlinger book. We're never going to get the Brian Denlinger website. And the second that YouTube takes guys like me and him off, he is gone. No one's going to remember that guy. They're going to go, remember that funny dude who wore suspenders? What's his name? What? Ruckman? I don't remember. Whatever.
Hey, but you'll be able to see more of his stuff on Frank's channel, right?
Yeah, I mean, we give that guy more exposure than anything he's ever done for himself. Okay, so
Hey, that should be a compliment. Then.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, which is why I don't like covering him. I try and give them as little exposure as possible. Like I did Watchman D's things, and he just had a conniption fit on my whatever chat thing that's on there, the forum post or whatever, just blowing the thing up like crazy. And it's like, dude, I'm not going to give you the time of day. It's a waste of my time. And that's all you can do with them people. He's just a masked huffing and puffing at me, telling me to put my mask on. That's all this guy is. It's like, what? I'm going to argue nonsense with this person? Is that what I'm supposed to do? I'm supposed to argue incoherent gibberish, like his opinion or his point or whatever he's trying to push is actually worth the time of day, and it's not. So it's like Brian Denlinger stuff is never worth the time of day. It's just kind of humorous and kind of entertaining.
Yeah,
so it's almost like you could. It's like if you did like a drinking game on Count the Lies, you'd be hammered 2 minutes in, because I got up to 15 seconds in one video doing that, and instantly the guy is lying. He's lied about what he said at the beginning of the video, and it's like amazing. And the hypocrisy. If you want to add the hypocrisy, man. Yeah. Anyways, he's set himself apart enough now where people understand that he's not us. So,
well, and I think too, if you look at his videos, okay, he might have like 38,000 subscribers, but nowhere near that many views. So you may well reduce them down to maybe 2,000 subscribers, because honestly, that's how many views he gets.
Yeah.
So
a healthy channel. Yeah, I mean, it's still like 10 or 15%. I don't know. It depends on what he does.
You're right back.
Which is
topic.
Yeah, which is about right for a channel, standard channel. I don't know. I haven't looked at his stuff for much. I don't understand why he's even still getting traffic. They must all be people that are already subscribed to him.
Yeah.
Because like for me, the only people that watch my stuff are people that already know I exist.
Yeah.
You have to like, I can copy and paste the exact title of one of my videos and put it in YouTube search, and it won't show me unless I put Max Bauer on it.
Yeah.
That's how banned. Somebody, maybe that was Brian and his wife that did that. Because that's how they are.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just the thing is like sometimes I'll see something on a feed, and his video will pop up on there, and then I'm like, okay, I just look at the title, and it's like, oh, gee whiz, I've got to watch this. But if it's something else, then oh well, whatever, it doesn't really bother me. So all depends on what pops up on my feed. But it's entertaining, definitely entertaining to watch them and to see how they. What was this? Divisive Inerrant, this latest video came up on my feed, and I watched it, and I'm like, and he's telling me about this in-depth study that he's going to do on Proverbs, and it's like, okay, he reads a little bit, see they're lost. Reads a little bit, see they're lost. Okay, that's not very in-depth. And the smoke of their torment. And then he just figures, and the smoke of their torment. Okay, well, yeah, it just said that. Why did you repeat it? What's the in-depthness here? It's calling me lost.
That means smokers are going to hell, bro.
Yeah. That's not an in-depth study. Just telling people, just reading a little bit of scripture and telling people that they're lost, or that easy believe this or something like that. Gee whiz. You just told me.
Oh, that's what we are. Isn't that what they say? We're easy believing, like easy listening.
Yeah. That's like,
I mean, I always that whole thing is like, well, what does that make you? I'm an easy believer. What does that make you? I'm a Bible believing Christian. Well, yeah, so am I.
Yeah. Yeah, that would make them hard believers.
I don't know. I just it's word that loses all meaning. Like calling someone Hitler. It's like, okay, what does that make you? I mean, it's so silly.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's just hilarious watching that kind of stuff. But oh well, it's to be expected already from those people. Like really, in actuality, like even Divisive and Narrative, he went to show, oh, like this, and I've went through this. It's like, do you never watch my videos? And they must not, but for some odd reason, they know exactly what I'm saying somehow. And he figures, well, you look at the first word, repentance, where it was put, and that's how law of first mention, right? That basic concept there,
Yeah.
and it repented God that He created man, and it grieved Him at His heart. See, grieve. Okay, so then He repented from destroying Nineveh. Was He grieving when He repented from destroying Nineveh? I don't think He was grieving during that time. So it can't mean grieve. But oh well, and he figures, and the Bible often says, and if you turn from your evil ways, I will repent of the evil I had thought to do unto you. Well, if they repented, is He grieving? No, it doesn't mean grieve. So it's like your logic is just completely out the window, and it's like really read the scriptures.
Yeah.
But it's crap you have to deal with, I guess. And it's just
I don't know, man. Just put your mask back on. It'll be all right.
Yeah, I'll just put my mask on. Muzzle the ox, I guess.
I mean, at least I get to use that as as like a put down now. That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
I always like new slights that I can, put your muzzle back on, champ. I get to do little digs at people.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. Put that word on the mask. Muzzling the ox. There you go. But I don't know. It's every single one of those people. It's just the same thing, and it's like, why don't you guys just ask questions? If I'm live streaming, ask me questions, and then we can go through the scriptures. But they never do, and it's like, then yeah, you're really to blame if you're not going to ask me any questions.
No, it's confrontation, and it's showing the light on how dumb they are.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah,
and then you get to go in after the fact, and you get to pick and choose what you actually want to fight and what you don't. Right?
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's just a coward's way out. And what do you expect?
Yeah.
I mean, these are internet preachers or whatever they call themselves.
Yeah.
So what up? I'm back.
Oh, nothing.
Oh, I see.
Well, so far numbers haven't really changed, other than Democrats gained a little bit more, but obviously, they're going to have to eventually call Democratic states. But the yellow ones, I don't know if any of the yellow ones have been called yet.
They're pink. They're pink on my screen. It says that Republicans are leading Texas.
I kind of figured.
It looks like right now it's 131 to 108 Joe Biden, but everything that's filled in is all red. That's like pink for not official, but reporting. Where they're leading, but they're not enough to call it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with Sword and Stone here. Easy Believing is such a stupid title. What do you prefer? Workism?
Easy workism. Are you an easy believer or hard workism?
Yeah, that's a good word. I'm going to have to try to remember to use that one. Yeah, they're workisms. Yeah, the opposite, if they don't like easy believism, the opposite is hard believism. That's basically what it is.
Yeah. There's, as far as that goes, there's like a lot of stuff out there that just doesn't matter. Like a lot of people believe you have to be baptized to be saved. It's like, fine. I'm fine. I'm going to tell you, no, that's wrong. But you can't get all up on your soapbox and throw rocks at their church because they believe in that. It's like, well, John the Baptist did say be baptized and be saved, so whatever. I mean, at least it's a coherent idea, and good.
Thanks, Frank. I can still talk to y'all, but I'm finna just like work on assignment while talking to y'all. All right.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, baptism is just an outward expression of your faith.
Well, yeah, I mean, we all know what it is. But if they want to make it part of their thing where they're officially saved and have a big party, it's like, fine, whatever. And then you go later on and go, you were saved before that, but congrats on your confirmation money.
Yeah.
I'm looking at all these things where it's like, if the doctrine doesn't damage anything and people are doing good works, I'll just let them do it. I got bigger things to worry about. People are muzzling themselves.
Yeah.
And that's how it has to be, I mean, if people can't figure out not to put dirty diapers on their face, what are they going to listen to me about anything?
Yeah.
You're going to listen to me about baptism or something like that, and they can't fit. They're sitting there huffing and puffing on a dirty diaper. No, they're not. So there's no point.
Yeah. Oh, Graham won his race, South Carolina. I like Graham. I think he's pretty good. There's actually a lot of really good senators that really ask some good questions, especially when they get people, like, for instance, they had Facebook, Twitter, and what's the other one that came to the Senate just a little while ago?
Oh, I don't know. There's Facebook, Twitter, and like TikTok and Instagram and all of them.
To be honest, bro, all them. I would say TikTok is the worst, as well as Snapchat. I'm also Twitter and Instagram.
Oh.
Wait, y'all use what? Facebook, I'm guessing, or what?
I haven't used any of that since it came out. I was one of the very first people to have a Google account. I was actually, because I worked in the tech industry, I was actually invited in by somebody else who was invited in. And it was all a tech thing, and there wasn't hardly anybody on it. I was one of the first Gmail users. And had the same account ever since then. And I was also one of the first I've had Google Voice for 15 years, where I've had a telephone number and could make calls through my computer and pay no long distance and all that. So that's how far I go back into like Google. And around all that time was like Facebook was a little bit after that, 2008, I think, right? Or 2005, I had Facebook, which was before it was even anything. And that was the 2005 was the takeover of the YouTube and Google and Facebook and all of this, but it wasn't fully taken over yet. You still had MySpace and all these other deals. And I had a Facebook account in 2005, and I had it for 5 years until around 2000, and I haven't really posted on it since.
Wow.
I still have it, as in I get notifications because the people from high school and stuff are on there, but I don't play games or see what distant relatives and people I had never have any contact with and have nothing in common with are doing, like most people.
Yeah, it's a good tool if you want to, talk to people.
Stalk your ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, and like especially like your kids move across a state or a country, and it's like it'd be a good way to just see what they're up to and have contact with them.
But telephones exist.
Yeah, well, that's just the thing, though. You can do video chats and talk to them that way, and just get their day-to-day thing where they update as to what's going on and whatever, right?
Critical mask. In my 30s, there are people twice my age that know less about the world. Trust me, dude. The boomers are mostly gone. All right, they don't know anything about what's going on anywhere. They told you to go get $50,000 in debt when you're 18 is a good idea. And you know what else? These people also think a good idea is taking their legacy and their money they saved up, and 68% of them want to make sure there's no money left for their children. Okay? So that's who they are. They don't want to know what's going on because it hurts too bad. They want their lollipops, their Buicks, and their second boat. And then go to the retirement castle and spend $30,000 a month to be taken care of by people like big babies so they can sit in their chair on heroin and watch the Weather Channel. While they go goofy because they've done so much cognitive dissonance, agreeing to nonsense and lies their entire life, their brain just cannot handle it.
Max, you right on that completely. You spin the truth, bro.
Hey, man, and a lot of my listeners are boomers, all right? And they'll get mad at me, but it's like, hey, guys, I'm not talking to you directly, but it's don't pretend that I don't see what's going on.
Max was a boomer.
No, I'm a Gen Xer.
Yeah, but what's a boomer? I'm just wondering.
1945 to 1965 born.
See.
You know, you could push that to 1950 to 1970-ish, but probably 45 to 65 is the technical term. And it's not every single one, of course, because everyone has different upbringings, but the motto of the day was forget all about God and being moral and being truthful and just, and go to Woodstock, do a bunch of drugs, and have a bunch of interracial sex. And then go get an abortion, because we're going to legalize that quick too. And then when your kids, you start having kids of your own, we're going to illegalize everything, scare them with AIDS, and kill them in wars. But it's okay, boomers. You're still going to have your boat and your gigantic monstrosity houses that you can park your fifth wife in. Okay? That's what you can have. So this is what it is. And that was a baby mentality from cradle to grave. And right now, those people are all going to homes and literally on opium all day, watching Weather Channel at these places where they lost their minds, because you cannot deny the truth for so long without having repercussions. It's just how it is. And there's a lot of Gen Xers that are awoke to the stuff, but because they're already so far into the system, it's hard to deal with it. And they generally just are going to sit around and drink and bitch, because what else are they going to do? They're $500,000 in debt already. They're not getting any inheritance from their parents, so they're stuck. And it sucks. But, you know, on the positive side, if you see the scams for what is the scam of the political system and the banking system and the debt system, and what society says is good is not the way that you want to go when it comes to, you know, the American dream, quote unquote, that we were sold. I mean, you look at like what Generation X grew up with. You went from the Beatles, who are singing Paperback Writer and Hard Day's Night and all this stuff the Beatles were coming out with. And then you get our generation and we have Nirvana, which is just screaming at you. Okay. And you've got 9 Inch Nails and all this horrid music out there. And that's like the angst of the generation.
It's much worse than yours. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the music because I haven't listened to the radio or television in a really, really long time. But some of the stuff I actually think is okay, even though it's a little rougher music. But I mean, you can always find horrendous music. I'm talking about the stuff that was played on the radio on every single radio station around the clock. You've got Nirvana and 9 Inch Nails, right? 9 Inch Nails, right? And, you know, Steven Soundgarden has some stuff up there that, you know, Nirvana is a song called Rape Me, which was too much for MTV to put on unless it was past 11, but they could play it at, you know, regular television and play it on the radio, no problem. And that's what we grew up with. And we grew up with porn everywhere with the internet, you know, and yeah, it was terrible. And, you know, who knows? I think actually the generation that's coming out of the boomers, some of them are really hip to it. Some of them really know what's going on, and some of them are just, you know, they're too young to figure it out. And I don't think anyone really should make any major decisions before they're 30, but that's just me. And most of the people that are in that generation are still too young to do anything and think straight. Where they're in the mind where they're completely controlled by what Disney tells them on the television. To where, oh yeah, sodomy and they're just gay people just means happy, and yeah, all that mind control stuff. Oh, Bruce Jenner, the brave American woman. Like, what are you talking about? they're still in that mindset because they've been programmed by Kardashians. But once you get into your mid-20s, if you're in a decent, responsible job and not just doing drugs all day, you start waking up to some of these things. And by the time you're 30, you have some things figured out where you know that, hey, promoting sodomy in schools is not a good thing. And, what actually is gay marriage and things like that. And is it true we're just animals and we're just here to do what we want? Where does morality come from? You start actually having deeper questions than what do I want for dinner, and where's my coupon for my takeout pizza, and is my weed dealer home? That's really, you start actually thinking about some things.
Yeah.
Like I said, the boomers right now are just tired and disgruntled, which is why we'll never do anything. Because we're tired, disgruntled, and I don't know if you call it lazy, you call it convince me why I should do it, right? Apathetic. Is like, yeah, it sounds like that'd be a really good idea. Well, why don't you convince me? Why don't you do it first, and then I'll see how it works out for you, and then maybe I'll join you. And that's kind of the mantra of our entire generation, is just that, yeah, we'll see how it works out for you, and maybe I'll do it. Which is why the mask thing kind of surprises me. But oh well. Yeah. And this whole thing, the generations is all just a cycle. And once one generation figures out the scam, then there's a new scam for the next one. And that's what the deal is. I mean, the best thing is like, if don't get in debt. Don't get in debt. Holy buckets. That's the number one thing, that if school is going to teach you anything, it'd be don't get in debt.
Yeah, that is true. And, but I can kind of see, like, you're young, you get married, and you obviously don't have very much saved up. So I think if you're going to go into any debt, not too much. Like, don't exceed.
Well, whatever happened to a wedding dowry? Whatever happened to that? The boomers killed it. Oh, the boomers got wedding dowries, but the Gen Xers, they don't, because the boomer was too busy in his 5-bedroom house in his 5 masturbatorium bedrooms watching porn. Right, the boomer. Yeah, and that's the sad truth of it, is that if I personally grew up in that generation, I'd be a multimillionaire many times over. And it's hard, and like most of the boomers that are in this area are like millionaires, but it's all not in intangible assets or tangible cash. It's all in things they think they own, like mortgages on their house or their timeshares or their 3 Buicks or their boat, all of which that somebody else owns and they make payments on. But if they would have paid cash for all of their stuff, they'd easily be multimillionaires. Oh, yeah. And they'd owe debt to nobody. But instead of that, we want to take out a loan for minimum payments. That's what we want to do. And that's why nobody has any inheritance, because nobody owns anything. Right? And some families out there do still give decent wedding gifts and things of a few $1,000s to when people get married. But it's like back in the day, it was like, well, here's the house that Granny used to live on. Here you go. Go start a family, right? That's what like the Mennonites do. And a lot of these tight family, morally driven people would call them cults, but that's what they do. Everybody owns their houses. And when people need a house, your kids need a house, here, take that one. There is no, you better go get a job and go take out a mortgage. Add that to your $50,000 college debt.
And Max, the thing is, you kind of like drew me out of the assignment because, dude, I was working on one of my assignments because I'm a junior in college. But now that you brought up the truth about the debt in college, I kind of just, I was like, screw it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing right now is like the economy, we don't know what they're doing with it. They are resetting it, but the thing is America is the New World Order. So, I mean, it's the biggest focus of the New World. It might shift to some other country, sure. It might go to China, whatever. But we are always going to be the military strength. So we need money. and it's difficult to know what they're going to do. All I know is the prices here for like steak and timber are through the roof, meaning there's something going on with it. And you need to put your money into like tangible assets as opposed to getting into debt. And whatever that happens to be. I mean, if you take money that you would be taking to a payment for school for a student loan or something. Now, student loans are non-forgivable debt. So if you do go to school, just put it on a credit card and don't pay the credit card. That's how you do it, right? Don't take out a Stafford loan or any of this stuff because you're on the hook for that forever. Or you pay cash out of your pocket. If you want to go learn a skill, if it's that important to you, you pay cash up front. There's a big thing to be said about cash up front. You know, people, what you should be doing in your taxes is if you pay in or if you look forward to your tax return check every year, what it should be required is that people pay their tax bill at the end of the year. No one takes any taxes out and then you have to pay it. So then people would actually know what they're actually paying in taxes. Right?
Yeah.
That's what people with money do is they claim maximum tax benefits so they can make interest off the money that they would be paying in taxes. That's what people with money do. So, but that's why a lot of this stuff happens because they figure, oh, I have enough. I don't need to worry about it. I'll pay somebody else to be responsible for it. And then when I get audited, then I get to be mad at my my 18-year-old tax guy down at the State Farm Insurance or whatever. I can pass responsibility there.
Yeah, I was going to say too with Sword and Stone. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I got out of that stuff too. It was tough getting out of music because I really enjoyed it. But I still play every once in a while. Like I'll play a guitar or something acoustic or electric. But yeah, pretty much I've gotten out of that stuff too. It is very addictive to me to listen to it. I want to listen to it more and more, and I just dig deeper and deeper into it. So I can't even touch that stuff without getting too deep into it.
Yeah, Frank, because you're probably going to go to hell according to Brian for that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's just, I love the guitar sound. I love a good riff on a guitar and a good drum beat, even like a good bass line. Man, and you combine those things, it's just an amazing sound, and I just get very hooked on it very easily.
Hey, that's nice, Frank. I honestly like that.
Yeah.
Yep, and oh yeah, dude, didn't Brian say like make a video condemning contemporary Christian music, something like that?
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. I'm very sure he did.
Okay, yeah. Honestly, I don't know what's up with that guy on that subject, but okay, whatever. I'm not even gonna bother on that one because that appears nowhere in scripture, so I'm not even gonna deal with that stupidity.
Yeah.
Nowhere in scripture is his speciality.
Yeah.
If it doesn't say it, Brian will find it.
Oh yeah, it's in the book of Brian, Opinions chapter 3, verse 1.
Yep, the book of Brian's probably in the Apocrypha, right?
It's probably over at JT's house. He'd have to write it.
The book of Brian's called JT's book.
Yeah, I mean, that's JT's a guy that I hope wakes up because he could actually do some damage because he's really smart and he actually has the fortitude to write down his thoughts in book form and have it edited perfectly. And it actually makes coherent sense. And, good for him. And, if the guy had charisma and didn't follow Denlinger, he'd really have something. But, hopefully he's still young. And like I said, by the time he's 30 years old, I'm sure he'll figure it out and kick himself for being so stupid.
Yeah. Well, that's good that you got out of this Sword of Stone. I was never much of a drinker, so I can't speak too much on that. I just never really liked the taste of alcohol. Never got, I hated the taste of beer. Beer was just absolutely disgusting to me. Unless I really watered it down with Clamato juice. Then I could drink it, yeah, but I was never much of a drinker myself. And I never liked hard liquor. I always, I think I did it once, and I had to vomit like crazy, and that was pretty much.
Well, you were born in Mexico. You need the tequila. They put that stuff in your bottles down there.
Not in German they call it a dark, but on those little village things that Mennonites live in out there, not there so much. But yeah, I don't know, just never was much of a drinker myself, and I think partly because my dad was, and I just didn't really like it, so never.
You're in Mennonite country. They probably don't even have a liquor store, do they?
Oh, you would be surprised. Well, I don't think they have a liquor store. They go to town for that, but very many of them are big drinkers.
Really? I thought that was against the Mennonite thing.
Oh, it is, but yeah, that doesn't really matter. Not all of them. It's there's like you said before, not all, but a lot of them are drinkers.
Yeah.
They just wouldn't show it. Like they wouldn't openly show you that stuff. So.
Maybe it's okay if you make it yourself, right? That's how they excuse a lot of things in the Amish and the Mennonites. Is like a lot of things that would be considered worldly are okay if you can manufacture them yourselves.
Yeah. And they had a documentary on Mennonites, and they figured too where the little kids were like 8 years old, 9 years old, and they were just drinking in the field.
Yeah.
So they have the alcohol lying around.
Oh well, Trump won Florida.
So what?
Trump won Florida.
Oh really? Oh wow! Did he win that last year?
I don't think so, because I know that Democrats usually win Florida, but let me search it up.
No, he did not win that last year. Oh yeah, he did win that last year. Yes, he did. Yep.
Oh yeah, he did.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's not. So far, everything looks exactly the same. Illinois went to Colorado went to Democrats last year or 2016. Everything looks basically the same as 2016 so far.
I see.
It seems like the coast vote Democrat. I don't know what it is with that. I don't get it, but.
Yeah, that's a good point, to be honest.
Yeah, it just even on the maps here, like you get the odd one like Florida and what is GA?
Georgia.
What is it, Georgia? Okay, Georgia. And NC, what is that?
North Carolina.
Okay. Oh yeah, they are normally Republican. It seems like. Well, last 2016 they were Republican as well. So.
Mine is a little bit behind. I'm searching up mine on Google.
Oh, I think mine is pretty much up to date. I have 148 to 207, and I think the 270 mark is the winning one, right?
Yeah, 270. Yeah.
Chef, how long are you gonna do this live stream for? Another 24 hours or so? No. I thought that race would be called a lot earlier, but clearly it's not. Like I said, I don't know when these things get called. So, except for whoever gets 270, but it just seems like it's a very slow process.
Well, if you look at the blue states that are left to count and you just add them up, Biden, even if you took everything, isn't going to win it.
Yeah.
Because there's only 4 states that are blue that are yet to go. Maine and Minnesota, Iowa, and Arizona. That Biden is likely to win. Iowa is pretty close though. Trump might actually win Iowa.
Really? And that was Democrat last time?
It's flip-flop, so all over.
Oh, okay.
So it's 48% to 50. So, yeah. But they're not talking a huge number of votes that haven't been counted yet for Biden. 11 and 9 to 20. 26 and 4. So it's 30 of the states that haven't reported that look like they're going blue. There's 30. So he'd be at 239 electorals. That would be everything else would be Trump.
Wow.
Because looking at the ones that aren't 100% yet, the closest one was Florida.
Man.
So it looks like it'll be him, but hey, maybe we can get Mr. Dementia in there.
Well, I'd say this. The only way you can tell who would be better is if Biden wins, then you can measure to see from Trump to Biden and who would have done better, right? You can only see once Biden actually is in. But he was horrible as a vice president, so I just don't see him doing anything better as a president.
Right.
But I don't know. But again, he's probably going. And this one, it was 49% for the Democrat, 50%, more than a little bit over 50% for the Republican. How did the Democrat win?
Because the voting system is representative into that. If you you can have the popular vote be, you could have more people voting for a guy and the other guy win.
How?
Because the way that the districts work.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You can have, I mean, if it happens a lot when you have like an entire state like Texas, for instance, is all red, but you have the major cities are all blue.
Yeah.
There's a lot, there's a lot more individual counties that voted Republican. And the big cities have way more people in them, but there are just a couple of counties. You know what I'm saying? Or voting districts. So you can have in Texas all the major cities voting for Biden, which would be like 20 million people. And then you have the rest of Texas, which is greater Texas, that's more counties and more individual voting areas. That's less people, but more territory. So the state goes red. That happens in some states. Like I said, it's pretty rare that it happens. And it's been happening like almost every presidential election and governorship. There's been like that, like the thing with George Bush won it over Dukakis, was it? Or no, not Dukakis, Al Gore. Al Gore won the popular vote, and it happened twice, I think, where Bush won the election, but the popular vote went to the Democrats.
Wow. Yeah. I think Biden, if Biden would win, it would wake up a lot of people. Definitely. It would wake up a lot of.
I don't think so.
I agree with you, Frank.
I mean, all depends. Because Kamala Harris, she is a nut, and I don't know. Ooh, it could be bad, but then again, I thought Obama was really bad, and he got in twice. So it kind of speaks volumes of how people
loves Obama. What do you expect?
Yeah, that is true.
They love that Muslim. You know Obama's Muslim, right?
Oh yeah, he has to been.
Well, that in and of itself, who cares about that? I mean, really, the Muslim thing wasn't the big deal. The big deal was that he shouldn't have been on the ballot. So it makes a total mockery of the judicial system. And it tells you right there that they are not actually following the Constitution.
Yeah.
They're just giving lip service to it, and that's all there is to it. And that's because it's a struggle for CEO of the corporation, not an actual leader of America, the land.
Yeah, there's definitely some sketchy stuff that has happened, and it just calls into question a lot of things, and it's just too bad that it happens like that. It'd be just nice if everything was normal, but those days are gone by. They're done and gone.
Well, those days were never here. There was a lot more people who cared.
Yeah.
And I think people now are just pretty happy being taken care of by the state. And as long as they got their high-speed internet and their couple of monitors and their big house they don't need and their Buicks and their boats, and then they're fine.
That's one thing I think that they should make illegal. Like, why don't they just say, no, you cannot hand out free money because you're essentially buying votes.
But see, that's the entire system in America is based around debt. It's all fraud, man. It's all fraud. Everything is fraud. And you know, the only people who pay taxes are the people who go to work. Right? That's it. Corporations don't pay taxes. Nobody pays any taxes for anything. It's all just to keep people down, and nobody actually pays any money for anything. It's all based on debt. Everything. And who is the debt issuer? Well, that would be the World Bank. That's the one who issues the debt notes. So they're Big Daddy. But there is no limit to the amount of debt notes you can get. So the money is fantasy. It's not like they're ever going to say, we don't have enough gold to cover your fake money. It's all monopoly money. It doesn't matter at all. The whole thing is a fraud. Like when I was talking about the house, is like you signed a contract to pay for 30 years for a house that you likely never own. And you have no idea who owns the house, but you're paying the taxes, you're paying the insurance for it, you're paying for the light bulbs, you're paying for any upgrades, you're paying for everything for that thing. And odds are you're probably never going to own it. You have no idea who owns it. And the person who is supposed to own it really doesn't actually own it either, because he never gave you the money to buy the house to begin with. Right? You go to the bank and you say you want to buy a house. The bank says, okay, how much do you need? This much. Okay. And you go to wherever you're buying it from, and the little ones and zeros digital money goes through and it balances each other's accounts. There is no money that takes place. There's no money transfer. Your account balance sheet meets up with my account balance sheet and it zeroes out. So you have a zero balance double entry bookkeeping system that says, here's this asset gone worth X amount of dollars. Here is this asset of air, ones and zeros in, and it all balances. Good day to you. And you shake hands and you're done. Who owns the house? Nobody, no money changed hands. None. Anywhere. The bank. You would think, but then when you call the bank and say, hey, who owns my house? They don't know. They say, oh, we traded that off to somebody else. Somebody else bought your house. And that's what the 2008 scam was all about. Was all the people who didn't pay their mortgages, they bundled them all up and sold them as derivatives or something. And that's what that whole deal was about. But the whole point in the first place was is smart people that didn't pay their mortgage in that time said, you don't have any right to take my house because you can't prove you own it. Right? And nobody could, none of the banks could actually prove that they owned the house to begin with, because there was no transfer of funds, no transfer of money. It's all fraud. Everything that we do in life with the system of whether it be corporate and finance or with the government, is all based around fraud. Okay. That's just how it is. So there's never going to be any rules to say that they can't commit fraud because the system requires fraud to exist. Yeah. And you got paid. I got paid with debt squares that make me more in debt because it's a representative of the debt to the Federal Reserve. Yeah, it's all and if you try to make sense of it, you'll go crazy. Like I said, the best thing is to just you do your thing and you let the system do its thing. The beast is going to be just fine. You don't need to participate.
Yep, you're right, Max.
And you use your little debt squares and you invest in real tangible things. And then if the economy crashes, it's like, well, oh well. Big deal. You're not going to be all hung up with millions of dollars in money you got to pay out to people, and you've got stuff to pass on to your kids if you get hit by a bus. That's just how it is. That's how you got to do things.
Well, I guess even if you did own everything, and even if you were paid off in cash, if this system, this whole government was going to take over, it wouldn't really matter whether you bought it out with cash and you have.
Oh, sure it would. Sure it would, because you're not given if you own everything outright, obviously you have to pay rent to the government for your property taxes. But if you pay your property taxes, they can't take it away from you.
Oh, Arizona. Well, yeah, like, but if the system wants to work in one way, you won't have any right in the first place. Like,
You do when you're dealing with the actual government, but here's the thing is if you're in communities and things where you're not dependent on the government and you don't care what the government does. Let's say you lived on a homestead where you grew your own food and had your animals and you only worked occasionally. Maybe you made some YouTube money here and there and you just have money for things to buy off Amazon every so often and you don't need any of it. What would you care if the economy shut down and collapsed?
yeah.
You wouldn't care. It'd be an inconvenience that the only place you could get something from would be maybe Amazon. But if you have your property and you're not dependent on anything, right? You can even do your own electricity a lot of different ways. If you're not dependent on anything, what are they going to threaten you with? The thing is that the New World Order system is not something that you're forced into. It's something that people want. Okay, people want to be taken care of like little babies. So that is what it is. You're going to have systems set up, smart cities, where people agree that, hey, if you just get me out of all this debt that I'm in, you can do whatever you want with me. And they're the ones that'll say, okay, well, you're going to be living in this smart home now, and this is where you're going to be, and all your debts are forgiven, but you can't own anything anymore. Here you go. Here. Because people lose their cards, you're going to have this chip now so you don't lose it and we know who you are. Oh, okay.
Yep, aka the beast.
And they're going to say, great, sign me up. And that's what's going to happen. And people are going to sit up there and watch porn all day in their little smart house and they're going to be happy because that's what they want. No responsibilities. And they don't, everything is somebody else's fault. And they're going to sit and play video games and watch porn all day long, as with on their second monitor is going to be CNN telling them they shouldn't go outside because of mystery virus. Okay. And that's what people want. That's what people want.
You're right completely on that, Max.
And then of course you're going to have a small minority of people from these areas that have farms and do things for themselves that some of the farmers are really using the system more than regular people, but you have some that see it, the ones that didn't fall for the GMO crop scam, those guys that see it, they're not hardly going to notice. And, their biggest problem is going to be fending off people from looting their fields and stuff. But, you're going to have a separation. Those that are voluntarily giving up rights to live in the city under corporate law, where you don't have rights, you have terms and conditions and corporate policies where you have the 500-page document that you don't even get to read or sign. You just get to scroll through it and put the little checkbox at the end. That's going to be your life. Okay. And then you can't complain about someone stepping on your rights because it's part of the terms and conditions. And every 15 minutes, you'll get a new email that says your terms and conditions have been updated. Click here to check, right? Like every 15 minutes, that nobody could possibly ever keep up with what the terms and conditions are. That is where it's going. And people want it, man. That's what people want. This is the divide right here, man. The people not wearing masks are the ones that are savable, that'll understand this stuff. The people running around in masks on their bicycles when it was 75 degrees today in Minnesota, biking around with a mask on, 40 years old, down the middle of the street, huffing and puffing. Come on. I mean, that guy may as well just crawl in his grave. But, maybe he likes it. Maybe he likes the mask, and maybe there's some people that are so ashamed of who they are in life that they need to wear a mask and cover themselves. Yeah. And they're mad at people who don't wear the mask because they know that those people are not ashamed. And that makes them resentful of those people. They can't stand those people that don't have shame in their life like they do. So, yeah, that is my take on that, man.
Hey, Max.
Last year or 2016, Republicans won Arizona, and now they lost it. So I don't know what that's going to do.
Not much. There's not too many people that live there. It's like 5 or 6 votes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, even Minnesota's got a couple million people, and there's still only a couple electoral votes too.
Ah, okay. Well, because Trump is at 148, Biden's at 223. So,
But all the states that aren't counted yet, though, are like Trump's.
Oh yeah, sure.
They should be Trump's, all the rest of them, but who knows?
I mean, if Texas, they're going to wait for Texas last because Texas is like 100 electoral votes.
Yeah.
It's like California is like 80 and Texas is like 70 or 80. It's a huge number. It probably says on that map if you click on it. What are they at? 55 and 38, which is 4 times larger than anybody else.
Yeah. Wow. I don't know.
George, and George is about to go to Trump.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Same thing with Michigan, Wisconsin, and I would say Ohio. And to be honest, throw in Texas as well.
Yeah, I don't see Texas going Republican yet. I think in probably a few more elections, I can see it yet, but not now.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
They were still a little bit too conservative. But I think that whole thing of government helping out people, I think that was a good idea once they needed it. Like if you had like crises that happen, like floods, like hurricanes, and you had people stepping up and helping and throwing money in it. I think that's a good idea, but I think that's the whole system has been abused with welfare, and people essentially governments basically buying their votes. They know that those people are dependent on them, and I think they should have nipped that in the bud right from the get-go and just said, no, you can't do this because you are essentially buying everybody's vote.
Are you telling the beast system to be moral? Is that what you're doing? Come on now. You know better than that. Satan, why do you have to lie so much? Why do you lie, Satan? Satan. Come on.
Me too. Like, how do people not see this? It just really boggles the mind. It's so simple, but it's just nobody seems to realize. Well, not nobody, but a lot of people just don't seem to realize that.
Well, it takes effort.
Yeah.
You have to actually care, and the truth is that people are way more interested in what it used to be. The Kardashians, like 5 years ago, it probably would have been them. But people are way more interested in whatever the internet's doing, and way more interested in themselves than any sort of political thing. Because even when I was in my 20s, early 20s, I was kind of the oddball for caring about politics.
Yeah.
And then I kind of realized it was all dumb by the time I was out of my 20s. But yeah, I was people is, I mean, especially that was the internet was pretty new, and yeah, people get into their own thing because the politics is only there for someone to blame, and someone to it keeps people slaves in that you're assuming you assuming the government is taking care of all your problems, therefore you don't have to, right?
Yeah. If you see them as problem solvers, then yeah, but they're more along the lines of they're the cause of most problems.
And you can go to like something very simple with that is like you're walking through the park and there's a bench there and a trash can and there's like an empty cup sitting that's, at the base of the trash can. Most people are just going to sit there and let it sit there. They're like, well, they hire a guy to pick it up. Right? Now, how much money would the city saved if everyone just put the stuff in the trash can, right?
Yeah.
Well, they look at it like, well, I pay my taxes. They can do their stuff.
Yeah, that is true.
There's a lot of things like that, And in some regards, though, you don't want to take somebody's job away from somebody. But that goes with the mentality is that no one's picking up anything. No one will even cut their own grass.
Yeah.
Maybe they know that the Jew guy owns their house, so they're not going to cut the grass. They're going to show him. They'll have a Mexican do it. Maybe it's a double whammy. I'll live in your house, but I don't have to cut your grass. I'll hire someone for that.
Yeah. Oh, Watchman, Chad, yeah, he said because they're lost. Oh, definitely it's because they're lost. It's because I don't like even lost people would have some common sense. Like,
No,
we can't sustain this. Like, we are now essentially in
dude.
like, what?
You can explain. You can explain all of this stuff where God turns them over. Okay.
Yeah.
Because everything, and I'll keep repeating this. Everything is voluntary. People can get tricked into stuff, but eventually you're making decisions, voluntary decisions that you know are bad over and over and over, to where God says, okay, I'm going to turn that little switch off in your head that says you're doing bad, because you're not going to stop.
Yeah.
And it's probably better for you that you don't end up with dementia in an old folks home on heroin if I turn your little switch off that says you cannot see and tell the difference between what is true and what is false. And then you can live in happy ignorance the rest of your days. Okay. I totally believe that's a thing, because otherwise people wouldn't be wearing masks. All right.
Oh, for sure. Totally agree. It's just, it's just amazing how that works, right? Like the scriptures are so true, because they're not even thinking, okay, well, they're in their minds, they're thinking, we're the richest country in the world. We should help everybody else. But then you're like, but you are $30 trillion in debt. But that doesn't dawn on them that they're $30 trillion in debt.
No.
They just see the richest country in the world. That's all that they see.
Because it's not real debt.
Yeah.
You see, where they should be going is, who owns the debt? Why don't you get your money from them? Right? Yeah. Because whoever is loaning us $30 trillion obviously has more money than us.
Hey guys, the reason why I'm being so quiet is because I don't know too much about economics.
Well, neither does our government, so that's okay.
Yeah, I don't do too much research on it.
I mean, we haven't been able to pay more than the interest on the national debt since like 2000.
Oh yeah, I can agree on that.
At that point, if the system made sense, that would say you can't borrow any more money because you can't even pay the interest on the debt. But that does not stop anything. So that lets you know that the system is not based around actual real stuff like you would deal with in your real life. It's not like, I don't have the money to pay for this, so I don't get it. It's like, oh, just give it to me. Money is, let me just write some numbers on a piece of paper and give them to you, and that will be my IOU, and then you just give me whatever I want. They're like, yeah, sure. And that's the way the system is. And until it comes down to the end user who pays for everything, then we're going to pretend like this money means something, so you keep yourself in poverty.
Yeah, the Watchman says, fellas, the crazy people are starting to rev up in the streets all over the country. Sorry, y'all, but this fixing to get real here. I believe it. I don't know what's going to happen. A lot of talk is civil war.
That is not going to happen. That is not going to happen. These lazy people ain't going to riot for nothing. Nothing.
I can agree with you, man.
They're gonna put down their bag of Cheetos and turn off Pornhub to go out and go into the streets. No, absolutely not. No. And you know what about Black Lives Matter and all those guys? They're not gonna raid in the wintertime. They're not. It's never happened. I think it was Owen Benjamin who mentioned that. Is that, yeah, black people, they don't go outside in the winter. They're too cold. They're cold all the time. They're never going to riot in the wintertime. And I agree. Living in Minnesota, they don't come out. Not unless they have to. And so that whole thing is, I mean, who is going to fight in a civil war of America? Really? You imagine the baby boomers fighting anything, anytime? No. I mean, even the Gen Xers are getting up there. Gen Xers are turning 50.
Yeah.
You think generation, what is it? The millennials and the Generation Y people, are they going to put down their cell phones for a second? No. That ain't happening.
Yeah.
I think all that stuff was just a distraction. Where no one's heart was really in that rioting stuff. They were paid to show up. Here's your carton of cigarettes and your crack. Go have fun. And that's what it was. And then you have a few places that I'll point out are absolute liberal havens like Washington State and Portland, Oregon, who are completely burning down, and their cops fled because they're all, social justice warriors, sort of, and all of that. And so now you have a bunch of crazy people in the streets, and there's probably not a whole lot of food there because everyone left. And California, of course, who they're all leaving to go to Texas.
Hey, speaking of crazy people, what about Aaron Deeren?
Yeah.
Sorry, Frank, I had to bring him up.
Well, you gotta tell a joke every once in a while.
Yep.
Yeah, but guys take to the streets and I don't think anything's going to change. I think the best thing that anybody, especially as a Christian, that they can do is just go to the streets and preach the gospel and change minds that way. And hopefully it's a domino effect. But
Amen.
if it's, the last days, or towards before the rapture, or catching up, however you want to say it, yeah, it's just going to go the way that it's going to go. But at least do what you can to win people over as much as you possibly can. So,
amen, Frank. Amen.
Even if it is one, who cares? It's one that will go to heaven. So,
yep. There's there's scripture says that like people in heaven, they rejoice over one sinner that repents, something like that. I forgot the scripture. I know it's in the book of Luke.
Yeah, I know that one too. Yeah.
Who did Trump just win? Because his stuff went up.
Yeah, 166. So he must have won like Idaho or Idaho maybe.
I see.
And maybe some more, but I don't know exactly which ones all turned red. I'm actually kind of shocked that LA went Republican.
Interesting.
Like, that just does not make any sense to me. I always thought that they were very Democrat there.
In Louisiana?
Oh, that's Louisiana. Okay, yeah. I thought that was LA.
No. LA is California. They're very blue, all the way on the west.
Oh,
yeah.
The entire West Coast are complete nutcases.
Yeah, definitely. Those people are.
I can agree for sure, especially Portland. Ugh, I don't like Portland at all. That city disgusts me.
Yeah, that is a trashy city already.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He just won Ohio and Florida.
Preachers, it disgusts me, bro. Ugh.
Yeah.
Preacher persecution is horrible in Portland.
Oh, I believe it.
Yep.
And they say that black people are actually very Christian, but they just don't seem to act like it. Like, you would never tell that they were, but they are actually very Christian, very religious.
That depends on where you're talking.
Maybe that is the case. That
I mean, inner city black people are wildly different than people that are like out in the country.
Oh, okay.
Like, absolutely wildly different.
Yeah.
The black people in the country actually have dads.
That is true.
Amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing. At least I don't know about anymore. Now, I can only talk to when I was Virginia State, sort of on the East Coast. Very, very poor state. I could tell you exactly what it was like in the country in the middle of Virginia, between Virginia, West Virginia, Georgia, all of those areas down there. The only places where you have the hip hop gangster wannabes is in the like Richmond and big cities, where they all act the same. It's all glued to MTV, probably all live in projects, probably no dads. But the guys that are out in like rural the state, they're just They act the same as everybody else.
Yeah.
A little bit different because they got their own culture and their own way they relate to other black people and stuff, but it's people act very much the same. It's like, are you poor? Yep, I'm poor too. Great. We have a kinship.
Oh, the Central Mattis asked, is the USA daughter of Babylon, hammer of the whole earth?
Oh, it could be. All that stuff is in the Revelation is going to be. Been meaning to actually read it over in a couple of different areas again, but all of that stuff is going to be very clear when it's going on. So, and that's why it doesn't really get revealed. It's like Scripture, the entire Old Testament was out there before Jesus showed up.
Oh, finished.
Right. So
thank you.
So after Jesus showed up, they still didn't know who he was. And yeah, it gets revealed as time goes on what is actually happening.
Yeah, it would be very interesting to dive into that book of Revelation a little bit more. And just the thing is, you can't line it up really with anything. You really just gotta, what does this say, and how can you somewhat see what's going to happen and try to.
I mean, I suppose if you did a flow chart and started naming players, you could figure out. I mean, because you know for sure you got the Catholic Church right there, point blank. I mean, there's no bones about any of that. So you got your Antichrist is going to fit in there as being your Pope, is going to be somewhere in one of them guys, false prophet or whatever. And your military wing and all of that's got your America going, and you figure out what animal you're representing. And whether or not it's this, I mean, the system actually, the whole beast system is the usury banking system. It seems like, because the entire world is under that except for Iran and I don't know about Venezuela, but it used to be whatever Gaddafi was at, Iran and Iraq, and Iraq got taken over by us, so we could put a Jewish bank there, because guess who runs America, guys? Don't be silly. So yeah, we've got Iran and Gaddafi, Libya. And I think Libya, they're leaving alone because they agreed to put a bank there. So we're laying off Libya now. But then there's like one other country. And it's like, well, there you go. 2 down, 2 left to go. And that's the beast system, is usury, fake money, nonsense system where the love of the money is the root of all the evil. Where's the root of the money then? Aha! See, you make logical arguments, logical claims taken from the Bible, and you come up with the guys who got all the money, or the guys who got the ones and zeros that trick everyone into believing it's worth something.
Yeah.
Does anyone believe that there's a Jew running around with $900 trillion on his back in his safe somewhere of gold bullion that he's loaning all this money out to the world? Nobody believes that? Amazing. How does it exist then? Nobody asks any questions about where this money comes from. Like, if I bought a house, I'd be like, so when am I getting the sacks of gold bullion to buy this house, or the sacks of dollar bills? And they're like, oh, we just run it through computers. So I have no idea if you actually gave them the money. Oh, yeah, we have this cross-checking counter process with computers. I'm like, so nobody has the money. It's so silly when you look at it. It's so funny. I mean, it's like, I'm sure if you wanted to play with it, you could buy a house and then claim it was fraud and keep the house, because it's so ridiculous what their banking does with all this, that it's all just fraud on its face. But hey, if you want the new boat, you got to go with it and just roll with it. And don't ask too many questions. We don't care, man. Sign on the dotted line. Do you want to know why it's called a dotted line? It's because it's a contract. If you look at the line, right? Read the fine print, sign on the dotted line. Why is the line dotted, guys? Get a magnifying glass and look at your checkbook, look at your dotted line. I mean, it's not a big deal, but it's funny. It's like all of this stuff that we use for words and expressions, they actually do mean stuff, guys. And our entire legal system, financial system is all based on admiralty commerce law, rules of the sea. Okay? That's why when someone can't pay their bills, they're said to be underwater. I mean, obviously it's a long road to go down all of those rabbit trails, but stuff means stuff. And every time you learn something new, you should pat yourself on the back or eat a cookie and go, aha, and be happy about that. Because there's a lot of these people that just flat out refuse because it's too much work, right? It's too much work to get down to the truth. I'm just going to keep watching football and pornos, and that's way easier. Give the government my money and wear a mask and just be done. And you know what? Those are the people, they want that. All right. So don't try and convince them otherwise. Softball them a few things. Hey, you think you're going to heaven when you die? And they'll go, I think I'm a good person. I'm a good person. And they'll have no idea what you're talking about. You can explain to them they're not, and they'll tell you to get out. And then there you go. You're done.
Yeah.
And they get huff and puff on their mask, or their kids all hate them because they left them nothing and ignored them their entire lives. And that's what they want to do. And who am I to take that away from them? Serious, man. Who am I? Who am I to spoil their day? So you got to rejoice when you learn something new. And, like things like, the shape of the earth, for instance. You don't need to believe whatever. It doesn't matter to anybody's life. But what if you learn this thing and you go, aha, how about that? That sounds pretty interesting. And then you see it for yourself to be true. And you're like, wow, that guy was right. Right? It's amazing when you find something and you get validated like that, where you see something tangible and you know it to be a fact. It's not just some scientist, some expert, some guru, some textbook. That changes all the time, by the way, because your information, if they have something on the internet they don't like, they just tweak it. Just like, to your textbooks that are digital on your iPads, they just tweak it. And that's where you get that, what do they call that syndrome where you think they changed something, it was, and then they changed it. Mandela effect or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mandela effect skyrockets just because they change it. It's digital. It's not tangible. Just like your money.
I definitely see something happening with the Jews, because even in Revelation, you see that the beast is going after the Jews.
Yeah, of course. So and God's not protecting them.
Oh, he is.
See, which Jew is he going after?
Well, obviously, the unsaved ones, obviously.
Well, you've got different groups of Jews here. Now, when I say Jew, I'm talking about grapplers, which are really more like Zionists, because nobody really knows who's in this party. The guys who are over in Israel, a lot of them, yeah, they're into some seedy, slimy stuff, and they run some businesses, but they're kind of the caught in the middle Jew guys, right? They're not the Zionist Jew. The Zionist Jew up there is like your Rothschilds that has all the money to run the world and wants to initiate the Messiah returning, by slaughtering people or doing whatever he can to help Satan out, I guess. I don't know. But they're really big into that. And it's not just them, but there's a reason that it's Jacob's trouble. I mean, there's a reason there. And they're the ones that are going to be going through all that stuff because they're the ones that had the knowledge. They refused Christ. They've had all these chances. And then what do they do with it? The knowledge. They use it against God and worship Satan. Yeah. So they got some problems to work out, and maybe a few of them get saved. Maybe they don't. But that's what that whole thing is for.
Shoot. Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I just finished my assignment and I passed my assignment.
Oh, awesome.
Good job.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how that's all going to work out, but you see the beast is going after Israel, obviously, and God is helping them through that. Just before they get overwhelmed, then God will step in. But how to say
well, is he though? Is he though? I don't know, man. I don't know. He says, God says, when you see the abomination of desolation set up in your little temple, you better run into the wilderness and pray you're not pregnant.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like God's helping him out by saying you'll know when to get out. Okay? He didn't say he's protecting the people that aren't listening to his call. I don't I think a lot of them guys are getting wiped out. Okay.
I have no doubt. Yeah.
And I think you got your hardcore Orthodox guys who are going to be there, are going to recognize Moses and Elijah there and the things in there and actually look at the New Testament. And there are Jews that are Jews for Jesus. There's a big chunk of them guys. But whether or not they'll be here or not, who knows? They go up in the rapture too, I would expect. Right? So the people who are left are not going to be easy converts. They're just not.
Well,
But
I think to some extent, I think they might.
now look, the difference between the Jew who's got where's the get up, the rabbinicals and the really conservative Jews is that they don't go along with the beast system completely either. All right. There's a lot of things that they won't do because they're following God's law to the letter, very legalistic people. But that's such a small minority. Those guys, sure. But then you got this other chunk that's just like, do what thou wilt. Hey, the best way to make money off people is usury and loaning money from things we don't have, and getting everybody addicted to porn and everybody addicted to drugs. That's what we want to do because we'll make more money that way. And that's their thing. And the only thing the Bible says against that is that you can't do it to a Jew person. And I think they violated all that. But yeah, so there's a couple of different groups there. And we're going to keep in mind, though, that this group of people is only 14 million. All right. All of the ones that they count and claim ownership of is 14 million people. We're talking nothing. A couple of states in America. It's not nothing. But yeah, that whole Jacob's trouble thing is specifically aimed at them.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't see a whole lot of protection from God in these people. Could be. But
Definitely the saved ones, the ones that are saved, he's definitely going to protect them because
is he
sending a flood after them, and then God opens up the earth to swallow the flood. So that's got to be a representation of something of God.
Well, that isn't necessarily just Jews.
Well, maybe not necessarily just Jews, but it is a form of a pregnancy, and she's with child and
sure,
and birthing, birthing pains, all sorts like that.
Sure.
So I don't know. I always thought that was more of a representation of the Jewish nation, but not necessarily.
I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see.
Say what?
I'm going to be right back. I'm going to tell my dad that Trump won Texas.
Oh, awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, yeah, there are situations in there where God directly protects what's going on with the community of Christians. Sure. Yeah. But I'm talking about when the New World system rolls in, there isn't going to be, it's just going to be people kind of scattered everywhere. I think if you chose to live in Sodom and Gomorrah, I don't think this time you're going to get swooped out with angels. I think you kind of made your bed. Right? Even if you figure out late and you're saved late and you're in that situation, if you don't get out, you're just going to get swooped up, like taken out.
Yeah, and they're going to run to the wilderness, and then I guess where does it say in Revelation that they'll be covered there, they'll be protected there, in the wilderness again? Man, yeah, it'd be just worth it to go over Revelation again. I just forget what that verse was.
That's why I've been meaning to look over it again too. It's a good thing to do a couple times a year. Is any of this stuff happening yet? What kind of crazy, wild accusations and clickbaity titles can I come up with a video for? That sort of thing.
Yeah. And there will be definitely, like, even in the millennial reign, you'll have still all the nations, or at least vast majority of the nations, still alive, and people will obviously be going into there. So it's not just specifically Jewish people, but God's primary focus, I think, will be back on the Jews and to establish his throne there. The rightful heir to the throne of Israel, the seat of David.
I'll come back and be the governor of Texas and kick out all the liberals. I'm gonna be a king with a rod of iron instead of a priest or whatever, and go kick them out.
Yeah. Yeah, God give me free reign on Texas.
I guess so. I mean, that's what our deal is.
Seems like Texas is basically like America's Israel right there,
I don't know.
right?
To be honest, I would say like
Bible Belt,
probably-
I think.
Well, they say the Bible Belt's like mainly in that upper Florida part that connects to the main continent, and there's a lot of people involved in Baptist churches. I can say that. I don't know. I mean, how much good has come out of that area? I don't know. It's questionable.
And Kentucky is actually quite religious as well, too, or at least.
Yeah, that's considered the belt. That belt goes pretty much all the way from that northern Florida to like Texas, pretty much eastern Texas.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the fundamentalist Baptist area.
Well, so far, nothing's been called in a little while, so I don't know what's going on.
You should be able to add them up, though. I think Biden is about done, and everything else is going to Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. If I look at my phone for last year or 2016, I don't know why I keep saying last year. Trump won everything else pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, Minnesota hasn't been called yet, but
that's going to go Democrat.
Yeah.
So there's 6 votes, and that's it.
What about Hawaii and Alaska?
They don't have enough people to count.
Wow, interesting.
It's like two electoral votes.
Hey, can y'all hear me? Because like I'm kind of just in my bed alone. Because like I'm about to just go sleep in a bit, but I can still talk to y'all.
Yeah, you're all right. You can go to bed if you want to. We've been going for what, 4 hours? We got a record stream.
Yeah.
The government's going to come in and cut you off pretty soon.
Yeah, well, no, definitely we should look into Revelation.
Some angry boomer Jewish person's about ready to flip your switch.
Yeah, better not talk about them too much.
Yeah, you can't actually. Honestly, you can't. I mean, I do it. I use euphemism like tiny hats as much as possible because yes, you definitely do. That's what got Owen Benjamin in trouble. 6 million seems a little high. I don't know. How about that? But yeah.
I mean, I don't know what the numbers exactly would be. I mean, I just take it for what they say. If they say 6 million, I guess whatever. 6 million.
Yeah. Well, the old census is back in the day, but I'm just my favorite meme thing of a guy that I watch. He does posters of memes, and he painted a picture of a cartoon version of Adolf Hitler, kind of in the vein of like a Far Side character. Cartoon version of Adolf Hitler looking off into the distance, and then the little bubble over his head said, "If everyone is me, then who am I?" Right? I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Hitlerian, the right-wing Hitlerian racist, right? All of these words that mean nothing.
Yeah.
You've got Hitler out there going, if everyone is me, who am I?
And that's another the problem that I find out there is people saying stuff like that, like, calling other people Hitler, you're really diminishing actually what happened.
Yeah.
If I'm Hitler, then Hitler was not that terribly bad.
Exactly. Exactly.
Or did here, But,
or even if you said, well, thank you, his story is quite inspiring. Or if you said, well, not yet.
not yet, or I'm still.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still a failing painter too. Sure.
I'm a failing logger.
Yeah. I mean that whole thing too. Like you have to understand is like it's not just now that all of this nonsense is taking place in the world. If you go back to like World War II, how does a failed painter become the leader of a country all of a sudden that was, because of World War I, a loaf of bread was one wheelbarrow full of money. A wheelbarrow full of money was a loaf of bread. So Hitler goes from that to having one of the most prosperous nations on the planet in like 5 years, right? And then can sustain a war with the entire world for another 5 years. And the total time span of about 15 years. It's completely and absolutely ridiculous to think that this was done all by him, right? It's like you have to have some pretty big coin pockets, with tiny hats behind them up there, absolutely just funneling all sorts of stuff to this guy in order for him to be able to do that. And, that's what existed there. And then you've got World War I, which is supposedly some Archduke Ferdinand got killed and we're supposed to care, right? That was a total nonsense machine too. And you go back far enough and you end up at like the Civil War for America. And it's like, well, that was total nonsense to kick the Indians off the land and take over. So let's go back before that. When did we get here? Okay. So 1776, we got our independence and then we had to pay our bill that was due in like 7 years and we defaulted. And then they said, well, come back in 70 years. And then we defaulted again. So we never paid our bill from the Revolutionary War. And that's where we got our money back then. And, that's how it is. It's a big, long history of not paying bills. And yeah, going on a long time.
Like, what America should do is like, well, I don't think that they ever would, but if we could get somebody that would get into office and just say, okay, let's make an account for all this money. Like, clearly we spent
that. We've had that several times and people get killed.
Yeah. Like what they say, okay, we had $20 trillion spent. I want at least whatever we can round up those numbers. Okay. And then whatever it doesn't round up to, okay, then delete that. Because
they had when Ron Paul was running for president, they had a big thing about audit the Fed, where they actually, everybody, it was common knowledge to the people and the Gen Xers that during the Ron Paul era in like 2008, that people finally understood that the Federal Reserve was a private bank. It was like the government is borrowing money from Wells Fargo or TCF, and that's where our money comes from, a private bank. And the people didn't understand that until then. And then they're like, well, where does all this money come from? And do they have the money? And there was the whole audit the Fed. And no, they never did it. The one power that the Congress actually has is to audit the Federal Reserve. And they never did it. One time they audited themselves back. This is the 9/11 times. They audited themselves and lost $2 trillion. And then 9/11 happened the next day. And amazingly, the plane hit the Pentagon in the exact desktop that those numbers were, the report of the numbers, right? It's like, yeah. Oh, just a scam. Scam upon scam upon scam. But, today, do people even understand the Federal Reserve is not a federal entity?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's common knowledge to us, but that's probably not something they want to pass down to the next generation.
Yeah.
We're too lazy for that. No.
And if I was Trump, I would just say, if we can't account for it, we don't pay it. Then just end it like that. And then
they've tried. That was what the Civil War was about.
Yeah.
Because it came time to pay the debt, and the South was like, well, the people in the South were generations after the Revolutionary War. It's been 100 years. And they're like, well, we don't owe anything. We didn't take that money out. How do we know that we even actually owe that money? And the North, because that was the seat of the government, was starting to take rights away from the South and treating them differently with tariffs and things. And starting to try and charge tariffs between different lines based on your affiliate. They're just being grabblers, right? So the South was completely right, 100%. And they want to talk about slavery, and it had nothing to do with slavery. Okay, it was totally a side issue. It was all about killing Indians and stealing their land and taking over everybody and making them all slaves. And we had a hostile takeover from foreign banks that took over the country. They took it back. And it was all thanks to Abraham Lincoln. And hooray. And, somebody in there knew what it was going on and shot the guy, and good for that person. And, but it's not like there was, of course, I said in one of my videos that, amazingly, with only a couple thousand total little tiny hat people in the entire country, they all seem to be surrounding the president. Every single person that surrounded the president seemed to be a Steen or a Stein of some sort. Wonderful. Or a Chase or whatever. I'm sure there was nothing going on there. Or the fact that the North couldn't raise any money, but just so happened that this Chase guy sold 8 billions of bonds overnight to mysterious benefactors. And we had, all of a sudden, the North had money for the best weapons in the world. And actually, they had hired mercenaries to wield those weapons fresh off the boat. Wow, where did all that happen? I don't know. Poof, they just really believed in ending slavery. The guy that lives in and is a potato farmer over there in Scotland and Ireland, right? The potato farmer really cares about the black slavery. So he's, of course, going to take up arms for our cause. And yeah, all that nonsense. So that's what it all comes down to, is we owed them money. And they wanted us to pay.
Sorry, I had to.
Yeah.
So, that's how at least how far it goes back, and you get really good, really into it with the, like the 1900. You have the official Federal Reserve come in, they take over the money. 1913.
Yeah. Looks like the House Republicans have. The Senate, they're losing by 1. All right. Well, so far the Democrats gained 1.
I had to.
This is interesting.
Wait, can y'all hear me right now?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yo, I just had to. Just to screw around, brushing my teeth.
So we'll see. I don't know exactly how this is all going to work out. I don't know how much longer I want to go. I need to go to bed for work tomorrow.
Yeah, man, we can call it. I mean, I only have so many rants in me. I got to save something for tomorrow. I mean, what is my wife going to listen to all day tomorrow if I am out of rants?
Yeah. Yeah, you take it out on me. So my wife always likes it too when I take it on you guys, all my rants, so that I don't do it out to her.
You just don't understand. It's the tiny hat people. They're all coming to get us. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think it's pretty much fair to say. It looks like if Trump doesn't lose any more, then I think he pretty much won, eh?
Yeah, he won.
If he doesn't lose anything more.
And then we've got to have 100 years of, it says ballot voter fraud and hanging chads and blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
And I guess we'll never know exactly what, if Trump wins, we'll never know what Biden would have done.
Do you remember that whole hanging chad thing? You're old enough to remember that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That whole thing about hanging Chad this and the election so close that, and that whole thing was just a scam to put in electronic voting machines. It's like, even I saw that when I was like 18 or 19. Whenever that happened, Bush Jr. in his first run with the hanging Chads and all of that stuff with Al Gore, right? Yeah. I saw that then as being, they want to put in electronic voting machines so they can rig elections easier. It's like. And then it comes out later that Al Gore's kid owns the company that makes the voter machines. And they want to talk about hanging chads. Got to replace the machines. People can't figure out how to fill out the ballots, right? And it's like, well, obviously they're boomers, but all that whole thing. It's just, what's the angle? Oh, it's a scam to put in new voting machines. I see. Who owns the voting machines? Oh, Al Gore's kid. Oh, perfect. Oh, it works out. Makes perfect sense. Beautiful.
Yeah, how convenient.
Yeah. And then who counts the votes? That's the other thing too, is like, you can have all of these checks and balances in place. Who ultimately counts the votes? Guess. Guess. Go ahead.
I've never understood who counts the votes. I've never understood that.
Yeah, who does?
I don't know.
Imagine that. A third party counts the votes. Where do you think that party is located?
Who knows?
India and China.
Oh, wow.
So
Wow.
yeah, they hire a third in when they had the hanging Chad incident and all of that crap with Bush and Al Gore and all that. A third party who takes all of the states tally up their stuff, all of the counties tally up their stuff. They tally it to the state, and the state like calls it to India, right? And like India records the numbers, and India is the one who double checks all the stuff.
Yeah.
They hire a third party to double check and do recounts and to do the official numbers. Yep. So it's like, why don't you just hire Russia, right?
Yeah.
And so that way they don't have to bot our systems anymore. They can just do it by hand.
Wow.
Yeah, and like one of these years it was China too that has a thing, but it wasn't China. It was just a firm in America that was 100% owned and run by China. You know, there's a difference there somewhere.
Yeah. That's sick. But that's what's going to happen. If you want to corrupt a country, yeah, ship it out to other countries. That always helps, right?
No, we shipped other countries to us.
Yeah, and vice versa. Like we bring all our stuff. Like if you want to talk to somebody about something in your country, you get shipped over to some other country and talk to them. And then what is that? How does that even make any sense?
Well, it's globalism, and that America is kind of the seat of the New World Order at the moment. So yeah, you're going to have everybody here. But that's what America does. And every single policy it does, it ships people from other far remote reaches of the planet to America. And then they come in and start taking over politics, because the only office that you actually have to be a citizen, as in a born on the land person, is president. Everything else you can be, you can just roll in from another country and run.
Yeah, that's true.
And some states may be different, where they might be more hardcore on that, but the only one is you have to be a natural born citizen of America to be president. You can't be a naturalized citizen. You can't get your citizenship later. You have to be born on the land.
Yeah.
And that, you know, like I said, that whole thing is actually Constitution, and that Constitution doesn't apply anymore. So they give lip service, but, you know, good old Obama couldn't prove that he was born on the land. So he's disqualified.
Yeah, that was a big thing back.
Yeah, he was born in Indonesia. Anyways, whatever. I mean, it was one of those things where it's like, yeah, you got us and nobody cares. And there was no way that what's his face was going to win. And obviously he would have won if he got Obama thrown out, but they're all playing for the same team. And they said, this is Obama's run. So here you go. What I think is hilarious is they released his birth certificate and they forgot to flatten the image. So the actual layers of where they doctored it were in the image, and it was on the White House webpage.
I saw that.
Like, did they do this on purpose, or are they just that stupid? Because it's like the layers for where the signatures and the dates are, there is multiple layers where somebody added a layer. It's like, yeah, they had the intern fake the birth certificate. You know what I think happened, and I see this happen all the time working in tech, is somebody asks you to do something and you want to do the best job that you possibly can. And they probably said, destroy the original or give us the originals, right? So they did the project they were supposed to do and sent the master to them. And the people who took it was just an intern and being stupid and just uploaded it to the page, right? Yeah. So it probably had the finished product in the master file, and they probably uploaded the master file. Like, what a bunch of idiots, though. It's like you just outed yourself. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all, because he's just the CEO of a fantasy corporation that's a dead corporation that comes out of the Cayman Islands called the United States of America in all capital letters. And that's it.
Did Trump do another one?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, because I think it went up to 210.
Yeah, I just don't know which one he would have won. Can't keep track of them. I don't know if any of which ones that weren't there before. So
I think he's about to win Pennsylvania as well.
yeah, I mean, if it keeps going like this, yeah, he's definitely going to win. So if nothing goes wrong with all these other states,
Joe Biden's a long ways out. He ain't got nothing. We can call her for Trump and be done with it, I think.
yeah,
Yep, no
I think so too. I got to go to bed.
votes.
Yeah.
So, hey, Nathan.
I'm calling it. Trump won.
Yeah, Trump wins. I'll wake up tomorrow and be extremely mad if he didn't.
So now here's the real question is, do you think things are going to get better now or worse?
Worse, for
Well,
sure.
If Trump is, I think things would have gotten better if Biden would have gotten office because all these conspiracies, probably the corona, probably would have all just miraculously disappeared. Even the riots, I think they would have completely stopped. But this was all basically to take Trump down. So who knows?
Interesting.
It will get worse.
Interesting idea.
That's what I think. It will get worse. Like they're not going to take it easy on Trump. That's for sure. I don't know. Trump wants to open up he wants to open up America, and Democrats are the ones that want to keep him back.
Well, yeah. I don't know, man. You got to remember they're on the same team.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens.
I'm gonna say things are gonna get a lot worse and Trump's gonna spend a lot more money. I mean, his goal is to bankrupt the country. He's proved he knows bankruptcy, right? Who better to have in there?
I don't know if he's trying to bankrupt the country, but yeah, who knows?
Dude just spent $6 trillion on nonsense, and he knows for a fact it's nonsense. He told the news media it's nonsense, and he spent $6 trillion to fund it.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
I have other conspiracy things that I think are happening behind all this, but that's just me. But
yeah, the guy's a clown. But anyways, he's a good clown, good entertaining clown.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wait, who did Biden just win again?
Biden? I don't know. It doesn't matter. He won all that he can win.
Yeah, I guess, but let me just see.
Maine. He won Maine. Obviously, Denlinger.
Yeah.
the little Vatican on the prairie. But
yeah, he's not gonna get 50 votes though. I mean, he'd have to take Texas or something. So that's all she wrote.
Yeah. All right. I guess that's going to be it for now. So we'll call it a day.
All right, the extended cast.
Yeah.
That was long, bro.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, it's all been fun. I don't even know where my StreamYard even went anymore. I don't. Oh yeah, okay. I found my StreamYard. Now I can check out. So anyways, it was good talk. We didn't run out of anything to say or anything like that, and we never did really get much into flat Earth, only hollow Earth. So I'm mad about that. Now you owe me.
Yeah,
I did all this
on it. It was not even much.
I did all this wonderful coverage attacking baby boomers and tiny hat people, and I didn't even get to talk about flat Earth. It's crazy.
And I'm shocked that we didn't even talk about Brian that much.
Well, he's not worth it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just joking around. I just cracked that joke.
Grumpy old CEOs of America is more fun.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hopefully this means good things for you in Canada.
You bet. I'll be in America very soon.
Yeah. Are you like looking to like move here or something, or?
I would love to, but I don't know.
You guys got family or something up there where you're at, right?
Yeah, my wife's got some family in Kansas, Texas, And
Oh, well, you got family in the States. I thought that you're at where you're at because you had family right where you're at.
well, my family, basically my whole entire family is here
Oh,
in Canada. But her family, like cousins and very close relatives, aunts and uncles, on her side, they're pretty much all in the States and some in
Ah.
Mexico. So,
do they make fun of you guys?
if they come out here, yeah, our accent, yeah. No, but if I could, I would love to go there. But Tina, I don't know. She doesn't really want to. I think she would, but everything's here for her, right? She grew up
Yeah.
here, everything here. So
Well, you're like 20 minutes from the border, you said, right?
yeah.
Well, I guess that's the boring part of the States, but geez, you go like 3 or 4 hours into the States, you're gonna see like all the Midwest there because it all looks the same. You've seen a
Well, yeah,
cornfield.
And we often do. We go to like Grand Forks or Fargo. We'll go there. So, and it's about a 12-hour drive to go to Black Hills. But it had this not all happened with the coronavirus, we would have gone to the Black Hills and checked it out there.
Yeah. See, like Fargo, how far is Fargo from you?
Fargo is probably a good 3.5 hour drive.
Because like Fargo to the cities isn't that far. Probably another 3 hours or something.
Well, Fargo is the city, right?
I'm talking about like Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota. Okay.
Yeah, to like where I'm at, to like the Twin Cities.
Oh, I'm thinking maybe a 6-hour drive.
Yeah, probably would be.
Yeah.
Max.
So you're actually closer to me than if I was going to go visit someone in Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're talking. I know you're talking about me.
A lot of the people that listen to me are in Texas. Lots and lots.
Yeah,
I don't know. I must not be blocked in Texas for whatever reason.
Well, they are red, so that's good.
Yeah. A lot of people. That's yeah, I'm pretty sure Ed's from Texas too, even.
Yeah, he is actually from Texas. I just wonder where. I know he said it before, and I thought he had said Houston, but I'm not sure. I can't think of it now. But I thought he had said Houston, Texas. But maybe not.
I remember he told me in a comment that he's from New York, though.
Well, originally, yeah. You can't tell with his accent.
I guess
You must not get around too much.
I'm missing, but
This is about as New York can get. He's got the comical television style New York accent.
Yeah.
Really thick, really Brooklyn.
I always get a kick out of it when he says, "Get out of here."
Yeah.
It just sounds like just exactly like they do in the movies. I'm like, oh yeah, that's exactly how they do it. Get out of here. That's classic. But
Yeah, it's funny. So like for you, from where you're at, it's like every single road trip I've ever gone on has been way farther than where you are to like go to Fargo or something.
oh yeah.
So I'm thinking about your style drive for me to get anywhere. It's like I can't even get outside of like the neighboring states for that amount of driving time. I can't get through any of the neighboring states
Oh,
for
wow.
6 hours. Yeah. For 6 hours of driving time, I might be able to get out of Iowa because that's the closest. It's 4 hours to Chicago. Huh.
4 hours to Chicago.
I think so.
Oh wow.
Let me I'm pulling stuff up here. Des Moines, Illinois. Could be even maybe I'm thinking 8 hours. No, 4 is 4 right? Maybe 4 is right. I don't remember offhand. Chicago, it's funny when you're driving to Chicago and you have to go there for a lot of places that the highways meet up there. You can see that thing like 50 miles off in the distance.
Actually,
And then you drive through Chicago for 10 minutes and then you see it in your rearview mirror for like 50 miles.
you've been to Chicago before?
Yeah.
How many times?
I've been everywhere.
I've been there 4 times in my life, dude. Best city in the U.S.
Oh, I don't know about that. I mostly go through places, but a lot of road trips. I haven't been up to like Oregon and Washington. And I haven't done like the East, like Vermont and New Hampshire and all them gay states. I haven't been to them. But like all the Midwest and the based areas and the lower South, where like around Virginia, those are all tucked together where I lived. But yeah, I've been just about everywhere. A lot of places in Canada too.
Wait, can you still hear me, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of have to like move my face kind of close to the computer. That's why.
Oh, that's all right, man. So like, yeah, a couple of years ago, we went up to Thunder Bay. That's a little pretty close to you. Not too bad.
I see. That's what's up.
All right, man. Well,
But yeah, I think we're gonna have to call it a night.
yep.
Yeah,
Tired.
for sure. I need to get up at around like 8 or 7:30.
Yeah.
Swords and Stone said the moon is flat. I'll agree with that. I'll say it's a pie plate. What do you think? What do you think, Frank?
I think it's more like a bowl shape.
Bowl shaped? Okay, we got a bowl, we got a plot pie plate, and the school books say round. So we're diverse. We can't be Hitlerios because we're diverse.
Yeah.
Definitely not Hitler.
Yeah, it's definitely not Hitler, that's for sure.
There we go. All right. Well, I'm gonna get out of here and get some food or something. We'll talk to you later. All right.
Thanks.
Next.
Yeah. All right. Thank you guys for joining. I think pretty much we can call it. I think Trump will win this one. So that's great on my part. I'm a big Trump fan. So we'll go with that. And it's great to see. You know, I kind of thought maybe Biden would win because the Rasmussen poll did say that Trump would lose. And maybe if Trump wins, that would be the first time in a long time, apparently, that they would have lost that, or that he would have guessed wrong on his data as to who would win the presidency. So, but we'll see. There's still time, and a lot of people could have changed their minds throughout the year or throughout the 4 years. So, but that's gonna be it. So, thank you guys for watching. Take care and God bless. And we'll talk to you guys next time. Goodbye.